Okay. And feel free, guys, to turn on your cameras. It'll be always good to see all your happy faces, and it's good to know like who we are talking to. So just a request, if you can, if possible, please turn on your camera. And even when we share the thoughts, or if you have any questions, feel free to turn on your cameras. Okay, so let's get started. I will share my screen. Let me share. Let me know if you guys can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I can say.
All right, thank you. Okay, so again, welcome to this 35 hours of PMP mandatory training. Okay, Hardik just replied that he's not going to join. Anyway, so I think some of you were not there in the masterclass that we did last week. This is mandatory 35 hours of training course for PMP exam, and we'll talk probably in the next couple of slides. So what is 35 hours of training? What are we going to do in this training? What is the PMP exam, and what is the journey? How the journey will look like for you guys. Okay, so you guys have made a right decision to come to this training to kind of focus on your upskilling. Get PMP certified. It's a very you know big decision, and it's the right choice. Okay, so congratulations. Um, if you can see here, there are like 7 modules. The training is kind of divided into 7 modules. We will have introduction of PMP, the first module, then we'll have business environment. Then we talk about how to start a project, how to plan a project, how to lead a project, then how do we do monitoring and controlling, and how do we close the project. So this is at a very high level. I'm kind of giving an idea how these next 7 days sessions will look like, and more detailed version of it will come in the due course. Okay. So what are we going to cover in today's session is an introduction to PMP. It's a We did a little precursor. Some of you guys were not there, so this will probably a better chance for you to kind of understand. We have a recording of the last session, so we'll share that with you. Please go through it. It's a very detailed discussion that we did about what is PMI, what is PMP, what does it stand for, what are the benefits of doing PMP, what are you missing if you're not doing PMP, what is the PMP exam will look like, what is the content of the PMP exam, and what is the journey. And then we had some interesting questions from the candidates. Okay, so that recording I think we will share with you for those who were not part of that first session. It was just a demo session, but in this session, I will just quickly touch through those topics again. If you have any questions, just raise your hands, and then we will talk about that in detail. Okay. Now, before we get started with the session, the quick ground rules that, raise your hand before you ask questions or share your thoughts so that we're not interrupting on each other ideas. Be on time, and I think it's very important for everyone's time. Let's respect all everyone's time here. That we be on time even after the breakout session. If you have a breakout breaks in between, you come back on time so that you're not missing on anything important. Do participate in the group activities. So we'll have group activities throughout this 35 hours of trainings, and group activities help you to understand these concepts, kind of relate to those concepts from your real life projects. Okay, and it's kind of a brainstorming session, or group activities help you kind of to interact with other fellow candidates as well. Okay, and be on camera. I'm sorry, someone's trying to say something. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, you were
Okay.
audible.
Yes,
Okay. All
yes.
right. Okay. So be on camera. It's just a request that wherever we are in the breakout rooms, and wherever you want to share your thoughts, it's always good to kind of see those faces so that we can remember. And you guys are all professional. You are all experienced enough, so that we always remember those faces, even if you don't remember the names. So that is why, it's just a request to have to see your happy faces whenever we're on the breakout rooms. Okay. And let's make session interactive. So I don't want to be the only person who is talking in the session. So if you have any good input that you want to give in, or you have any thought that you think that this will probably make more sense, or if you have any suggestion, I'm all open to suggestion. So let's make this session interactive from both ends. Okay, I'll try to. There are certain activities that I will also kind of make you guys to do, but I'm also expecting you guys to kind of come up with some ideas, or share your thoughts and think. That's what I'm trying to get at. So it's not like just classroom kind of setting that we have all this knowledge, and PMP has kind of a very vast knowledge to kind of cover in 35 hours of training. So we'll make our best effort to cover all those topics. But just in case, even after the session, if you have any questions, you can use WhatsApp group. I'll share my personal number with you guys. You can WhatsApp me directly, and I'll try to answer those questions, or you can call me, and we'll work like that. So sessions, making it interactive, it's kind of our mutual responsibility. Okay.
Hi, Sashikant. This
Yeah.
is Puru.
Yes,
So,
Puru.
Sashikant, for today, I have a little challenge. I mean, it was pre-planned. I am in a religious volunteering service for
Oh,
the entire day, but I'll be attending this entire session, sitting there.
okay.
So, I may not be able to keep my camera on always because of people around me. So
No worries.
I'll try to
No
be
worries.
on camera as soon as whenever I'm comfortable.
No worries. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Perfectly fine. Like I said, if it's possible, please be on camera. And I understand your situation. It can happen with any one of us. If you're not comfortable, or if something like this is going on, it's perfectly okay to not be on camera. But please be attentive. Wherever you can. And even if you are in breakout room, just
Sure,
ensure that
sure, definitely.
yeah, your fellow team members know that you're not available, or there is some constraint on your
Right.
side. So we can accommodate like that. Okay. Thanks, Puru, for bringing that up. Okay. Any other inputs from you guys before I move on? Okay. All right. So take it as now. Just a quick introduction from my side. So I'm Shashikant. I'm a senior IT manager and PMP trainer. Was working with eClerx. I am PMP certified, PMI ACP certified, SAFE certified, and Advanced Scrum Master certified. So I have done this certification, and currently I'm working on Gen AI certification. Okay. I have more than 20 years of experience working with different other industries like banking, insurance, telecom, manufacturing, and automotive. I work with Fortune 500 clients. I have done executive MBA from SIBM 2 years back, and I'm an electronics engineer from a 2004 batch from Mumbai University. And I work with companies like Capgemini, Michelin, KPIT, eClerx, and other IT industries. Okay, this is just a brief about me. Um, Moving on. So this is the schedule that we discussed in the beginning of the session. So what are we going to cover for next 7 days? Uh, this is kind of just to give you a high level idea. So we have broken down the 7 days with 5 hours session each. Today's session we are going to cover a quick introduction to PMP, a recap for those who were not part of that first session. They can go to the recording. We'll do a quick recap of what we discussed about PMP exam. We'll also talk about ECO, the exam content online. Let me just use a pointer here. So we'll do an intro. We'll talk about ECO. ECO is exam content online. Then outline. Then we'll talk about PMP journey. What does your journey will look like? And then in the second half, we'll talk about the project management principles. That there are 12 project management principles. What are they, and what does that mean? We'll go in detail for those principles. And then later towards the end of the session, we'll talk about 8 performance domains. Okay, so these are like the very fundamental concepts that are used in PMP. Okay, once you know them, it becomes easier for you to understand these concepts in detail. So if you look at like what is planned for tomorrow, so we'll talk more about business environment. What is in business environment? It's about strategic alignment, your organizational culture, change management, the compliance and governance, what we do. Okay, so these uh, today's session is just to kind of give you these concepts at a very high level, so you will understand the terminologies that are used in PMP. Okay, but once we go into the next or upcoming session, we will go more detailed into those concepts. Okay, so, and I think this is self-explanatory. So what we can do, I'll share this deck with you guys. Go through it for day one and day two. If you have any questions, we'll discuss in the session. Okay. And this is as we go on. I don't want to kind of confuse you with these details. This is like the whole project, the whole PMP training is kind of broken down into different aspects of project management. Okay, like how do you start a project, like you see here, how do you plan a project? How do you lead a project? How do you do monitoring and controlling? And how do you close a project? Okay, so this is at a very high level. We have broken down all this 7 days worth of agenda, and then inside those different headers, we have how are we going to do those activities? Like starting a project. What is involved in starting a project? Like you identify the stakeholders, you engage stakeholders. How do you form a team? How do you share understanding, approach of the project? Like what is in planning, like scope, schedule, resources, budgets, and quality. Then how do you lead a project? Stuff like that. So this will probably a lot of information for you to gather and understand in the first session, so I will just can keep it minimum for you guys, but do let me know if you have any questions on this topic. Okay, now this was the original plan. Since we guys kind of they had the confusion of 10 a.m. versus 9 a.m., the original plan was to have the morning session from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and we would have done this PMP overview. Then we would have had a break of 15 minutes, like a short refreshment break. Then we would have done 10:45 to 12, the 12 project management principles that I was just telling you about. Then we'll have a lunch break of 30 minutes. Again, this is up for discussion that if you guys want more time or you want to have, this is flexible. Okay, this is not set and done. That these are the timing that we have to follow. If you guys have any time constraint, do let me know. I will accommodate according to your need. Okay. And then towards the end, like I said, we'll talk about eight performance domain, and we'll have some breakout room activity about the Airtel case study. So we briefly talked about Airtel case study in the first master class, but we will reiterate like what we did, and we'll try to see how Airtel case study will help you understand these eight performance domain. So that's a breakout room activity we'll do for 10 minutes at the max. Okay. Any question so far, guys? Stop sharing.
Maybe just one, because I missed the 21st of March session. So if you want to have a quick recap, maybe just 10 minutes recap, that's fine.
Sure. Yeah, that's part of the today's agenda. So I'm just kind of setting the tone, like what is covered, what we have done so far, and what is coming next. So once this is good, I will kind of give you an overview of PMP. Okay. Any question, guys, so far? It's good? Okay. All right. So what I'll do. Okay, so moving on. So PMP, like we said, it's a world. Oh, hold on. I think this is just kind of blocking my view. Yeah. It's the world's most recognized certification in project management. And why PMP has that value? Because it has built that value over the period of time. Okay, in the beginning, if you go back like 20, 25 years, it was just getting started. Like, project management was an area where people were not very fully aware of, and it was very limited to certain type of people. Like, we were then, as gradually we moved on, the industry evolved, the need for project management evolved, and PMI, being an organization who has been doing this since more than 20 years, they have also evolved. So PMP exam, it's PMP stands for Project Management Professional. Okay, this is an exam. You can see this is like a framework designed by PMI. It's a standard that is supposed to be used by all the project managers globally. That doesn't mean that this is set and done. And I think I was just telling Ranjit before start of the session uh, that it gives you a framework, a standard. Okay, so you as a project manager say that you are a new into project management, or say you're already a project manager, but you sometimes you get stuck in some other issues or in situations in your current project. So you can always use these standards, these frameworks that are given by PMI as a reference point, and then see how you can adapt in your current situation. So think it in that way. Okay. That's why it says, like, it's like the gold standard credential for PMs globally. So you can use it as a reference. Okay. And some of it is very interesting. You will probably, in the due course of this training, you will see some of these concepts will probably make more sense. It will make you think like, um, I was in this situation in my real life project. I would have done it differently had I known that this was the standard that needs to be followed. Okay. Now, who should apply for PMP? I think we all know that you guys are experienced enough. You need to have minimum 3 to 5 years of project leadership experience. So it can be a team lead, tech lead, or a project lead who wants to get into project management, or who are already project manager but they want to understand it in a different perspective from standards perspective. So they can go and apply for PMP. Now, why to get PMP certified? Because there are benefits to it, and the direct benefit is about your salary growth. So there are surveys done throughout the period that, like I said, PMP exam has evolved. So they do surveys, I think, every now and then. And I think the recent survey said like there is 30 to 40% of salary increase seen in people who have done PMP certification. Okay, and I can take my personal example also. I also saw that when I was like me not being PMP certified and me being PMP certified, there was a significant increase in salary. This is from my personal experience. There are 200 plus countries recognize it, and it's open doors across all industries. So all industries welcome PMP certification. It's not just specific to IT industry or software industry. If you are PMP certified, it is recognized by all industries. It could be manufacturing, could be finance, could be telecom, could be insurance or automotive, like that. Because, like I said, it's a standard, it's a framework that you're learning. Exam at a glance, I think we'll talk more about that. The exam, PMP exam, has 180 questions. It's 230 minutes long. There are two breaks of 10 minutes, and the 35 contact hours is required. So this is what you're doing is 35 contact hours of training, which is mandatory for you to apply for PMP exam. Okay. Any question on this, guys? No. Okay. Good. Moving on. So who can apply for PMP? It's like I said, you have to have a 4 years degree, 35 contact hours of PM education training. If you don't have a degree, you can still have 60 months of leading projects. So the experience becomes like more 5 years of experience instead of 3 years, and then this training. Now, how do you apply for PMP? Again, so we will talk more about this one in the towards the end of the training. I will also kind of guide you how to do it. So you get to create a PMI account, fill in your application. It may go into audit. There is a randomness to it that not all applications go through audit. What does audit mean here? Is that it's not that you submit your application for PMP exam and then you are good to go for PMP exam. It's not like that. They have to validate the information that you have filled in, like about your experience, about your educational qualification, about your 35 contact hours of PMP training. Is it all valid? So sometimes if they have any questions, they'll just put you into audit and they'll ask you for more information or explanation. And that is just the audit. And most of the application gets through it. So nothing to worry about it. I have hardly had anyone from the batch who has gone through the audit. So it's very random. Okay. I think fees you already talked about is 40K for PMI members and 50K for non-members. You want to for exam, there are two ways you can do it. Either you do it from Pearson View Center, which is recommended from my side. But you can also do it online from home if you're comfortable. But there are some restrictions to it. So I think we'll talk about that in detail. I kind of touched base on that in the last session, but towards the end, I think what I'm saying, the last day of the session where we talk about exam strategy, how to study, how to give your exam, there will cover all these uh, topics in detail. Okay, and I think appear and clear your exams. So this is just to kind of give you a very high level idea about PMP exam. Now this is important. PMBOK is Project Management Body of Knowledge. It's the book that is given by PMI. It's you will have to study this book for sure. Once you create a PMI account, and I'll show you in a short time that how do you go to PMI website, how do you download this book. These are recommended books from PMI. That PMBOK guide is like a book that into and all the concepts that you're going to learn in this training are covered from this PMBOK guide. It's a seventh edition. And then you also have Agile Practice Guide because Agile is something that was introduced in PMI back in 2021 because Agile has kind of gained popularity throughout the course. So they have also created a practice guide separately for Agile. So if you are already well versed with Agile concepts, you may need not to go through this Agile Practice Guide. That's fine, but it's just a kind of a refresher for you if you go through this guide. What happens, typically if you go through these many books, you get confused, like which one to follow. That's why you have this Rita Mulcahy's PMP exam prep. This is very user friendly because PMBOK guides, I mean, even if you go online, you see that people will say PMBOK guide is not that user friendly. The concepts are like there is no flow of learning through PMBOK guide. That's why Rita Mulcahy, you can also Google it. It's a very well known book and she's been there since ages. Even I used Rita Mulcahy's book when I was preparing for PMP exam. There is the flow in understanding, and the concepts are explained in a very friendly way with some good examples. And it's very like the language is very understandable. And PMBOK guide, I'm not saying the PMBOK guide is language is not understandable. It is also good. It's just easier to understand. When you're reading a book, you need the flow of the story or the content to be in a certain way. So Rita Mulcahy book does that. Okay. There's just a one quick update that PMBOK has released 8th edition. Okay. And but PMP exam does not update the content by this new 8th edition until July 9th. So what does that mean? There is no change. Like you can do this training, you can apply for PMP exam and uh, appear for PMP exam even before July 9. If you do it before July 9, it's good. So whatever we are going to learn during this training is good until July 9. But after July 9, that is not it's not going to be valid. It's not like that. Whatever you are learning in this training, it's still valid even after July 9th. It's just that the what is changing, I think we will again cover. I don't want to kind of confuse you guys now. The training that we're doing for PMP exam for this 7 days is good for you to appear for PMP exam until July 9 and even after July 9th. Okay. Any question on this, guys? You guys there?
No.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on. So what is PMP exam content outline? So PMP exam content outline is what these are the topics which are covered in PMP exam. So they have divided into three different domains like people domain, process domain, and business environment domain. Now, what is people? Is everything you talk about people or managing or leading people. Okay, it's like supporting your team performance, your team development, motivation, negotiation, empowerment. Whenever you have stakeholders as people, how do you engage them? How do you manage them? Your leadership styles. That's all covered in people domain. Now, process is you already know. I think since you are working professional, you know what process means. How do you deliver your project? So you have processes defined, like agile framework or scrum framework. Sorry, agile methodology, scrum framework. These are nothing but like processes, right? So we'll talk about process throughout this project management journey, and what is included in the process is it's all about project aspects like your scope, schedule, your timeline, your resources, your risk, the quality, change management, stuff like that. And you can see it covers almost 50% of it. So This 42% of people and 50% of process, they all combine together. They form around 75% of your PMP exam. So understanding these people and process domains is very, very critical. Okay. Doesn't mean that business, you can just skip business environment and just focus on these two domains. It's not like that. All these three domains, they have equal weightage. Okay. In the PMP exam. This percentage is to show you how much of this content is covered in your learning and training journey. How much of it is important for you to understand the PMP concept. Okay. Now, business environment, it's about like strategic alignment, your business benefits realization. It's mainly around. It's just talking about the environment where your project is sitting in. So it can be internal, external environment. It can be regulatory requirements or compliance requirements. So we will learn that in tomorrow's session. So tomorrow we will talk about business environment. This will give you a fair bit of idea. When you look at a project, you're probably just looking at what is in hand. But business environment or these domains rather will give you a holistic view to look at a project from a holistic view. And this is important. Just word of caution here that whenever you are thinking of PMP, look at your project from a larger perspective. You know, say then there could be an argument like I have this project where there are say only 2 3 resources. It's a very small project, 3 months project. The budget is like around say 50,000 or $100,000. It's okay to understand that, but some of these concepts are they will make more sense when you look at it from a larger perspective. Say think of it like a construction project or a manufacturing project, and because that kind of touches upon all these different aspects of like stakeholders, change management, scope, schedule, quality, delivery approach, risk. So all that can be covered under a larger perspective. Okay. Any question on this, guys?
No.
Okay. All right, moving on. So how this journey will look like for you guys. So like I said, you guys have made a very right choice to do this PMP exam. So far, we have done this free consultation that we did last weekend. We are here today to undergo this PMP training for 35 contact hours. After this is done, you will have to kind of prepare yourself. So study this in details, these concepts. You have to do practice. Um, we have some free mock tests available for you guys. Mock test will help you kind of to give you this exam environment. And because this it's time bound, so there is timer attached to it. So it's not like that you have 50 questions but you are given 2 hours to solve it. It's not like that. So it becomes, because it's time bound, there is a pressure involved. So how do you handle this pressure situation? Is to do these practices. If you do practice and even before you go for practice exams or mock exams, what is recommended is to understand these concepts. If the concepts are very clear to you, the mock exams or the real PMP exam will be a cakewalk. It'll be very easy because again, the exam is designed in a way where it is testing your knowledge of concepts. And again, there's a word of caution. I have seen some of the questions in the PMP exam which involve 2 or 3 different concepts together. So it's not like, say, for example, there's change management topic. And then you see a question. This question is only talking about change management. You will find questions like that, but the number of questions where there is only one concept is used is very less. What I mean is that most of the questions in PMP exam cover multiple topics together. Okay. For example, you have quality, you have scope, and schedule. These are 3 different topics. But you may find one question which is covering all these 3 different topics together, right? And that is what I'm trying to kind of highlight here. If you know these concepts individually, it will be easier for you to understand these questions and try to find out the right answer quickly, like that. Okay. All right. So that's the mock exams. This will help you, and I think we'll talk again in detail towards the end of the training. After you're done with this, when you think that you're ready, now how do you say that you are ready for the real PMP exam? is that you score at least minimum 80% in the mock exams consistently. Okay. Then you go fill up the application. After you fill up your application, once it gets approved, you have 1 year from that. So this timer starts once the application is approved to appear for the exam and clear your exam. If you don't do that, you have to refill the application, and then your fees will be forfeited. So you have 1 year for sure, but the timer starts. So it's recommended that once you are ready, then only you fill your application and then you immediately go for PMP exam because the concepts are fresh in your mind. Okay. Again, the whole journey, like I said, I'll be throughout with you guys, and it's up to you. Like, if you want my help, I'll be there to help you, even for PMP application and even after PMP application. How do you go for the final PMP exam? Okay, and then you become certified. And I'm sure that once you uh, learn these PMP concepts throughout these sessions, once you do your practice, if you have any questions, doubts, I'll be able to solve those, and then you will be PMP certified on the first. So getting PMP certified in first attempts is an achievement. I mean, you will see online, people will always scare you that it's very tough. Not everyone gets certified in the first attempt, but it's not like that. You just need dedication, focus, understanding, clarity of all the concepts, and practice to get certified in the first attempt. Okay. And I think we already talked about this, that the exam is changing. So don't worry about that. Any question on this, guys? Good. Oh, sorry, Ranjit, you raised your hand.
Yes, Shashi. So
Yes,
if you
go ahead.
just go to the previous slide, at third and fourth step, you mentioned days, 45 to 60 days, 1 to 7 days. What does that mean actually?
This is the time that you would take. The journey is for you as the PMP aspirant. You are doing this now. You're undergoing this PMP training now for this next 7 days, which will last for next 3 to 4 weeks, minimum
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
After this training is done, doesn't mean that you should wait until this training is done. You can still parallelly start your own studies, okay?
Okay. Okay.
But after this training is done, assuming that you have understood all concepts, you have gone through all, that is the whole agenda of this training, to give you all these concepts, this learning.
Mm-hmm.
After this training is done, this is recommended, okay? This is not written anywhere. This is from
Okay.
personal experience and from industry standards that we have seen, that you should take at least 45 to 60 days to prepare, to study this in depth, these concepts, to kind of recheck your understanding, do mock exams. Maybe, some people they are so through with these concepts, they achieve 80% in the first mock exams and they're good to go. But some people, they achieve only 40% in the mock exam, first mock exam, and then they get disheartened. They feel like, oh, I need to study more. So you have, this 45 60 days is kind of a time that you should give yourself, where you become confident to appear for the exam, right?
Got
And
it.
then mainly to bridge in these gaps in understanding. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Understood.
Okay. And 1 to 7 days for PMP application. So PMP application is online. Okay, you're not going into any office. So sometimes it takes time because PMI is a big organization. There are hundreds of applications that they get. It takes time to kind of to receive your application at PMI. They'll go through it. Either they will approve it or it will go through audit. So it takes time. Okay, but that can go on in parallel. You're not waiting for that to happen. You can still continue with your studies and your practice. Once your PMP application is approved, then only you will be able to go and book your exam online. It all happens through PMI. Okay, I'll probably show you while after this. I'll log into PMP website and I'll show you.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Now this is how the certification looks like. This is the PMP certification, and this is the report. And I think Purushottam was asking me. I don't remember in the last session. How does this look like? So this is how the report card look like. Purushottam, that I don't know if you can see it, but you get the overall past performance, and then it will show you. And this is not like a numerical grading, like you get 80% out of 100 and you pass. It's not like that. There are different areas, different domains where you have to achieve at least minimum required level. So you can see this target, like need performance, below target, target, and above target. So all these different 5 domains, you need to achieve at least minimum target and above target. Okay, there are people who have also achieved above target in all domains. They're like fully aware of all the PMP concepts. But even if you achieve target or even one below target with all target, will also get you through the final finish line. Okay. Okay. So just take a pause here. Let me stop sharing my screen. Now let's take some questions. If you guys have any questions. This is the PMP overview, by the way, Saloni.
Okay.
And you said like in one of five domains, marks is not as per the target defined. Still, we can pass, right?
Yes, it's a combination of things, Ramdhani. So, like I said, you need at least minimum target level achievement in those domains. But if you have for one of so in one domain you have below target, but in other domain you have above target, so it kind of compensates that. You see what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Okay. Understood.
Yeah, but don't focus it in that way. I think you should focus in
No, no,
our
just for understanding, I asked.
yes, yeah. So what I recommend is to focus on getting above target in all areas. So that kind of secures your PMP exam. And I think, cracking it in first attempt is a very good achievement because for some reason, if it doesn't happen, you have to go through this again. And I don't want to kind of get into that now, but towards the end, I think we'll talk about those scenarios, like what could happen with PMP exam and how should you approach those different scenarios. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Any question, guys? I see Abhinandan is also there. Manisha. Uh,
No,
okay.
no questions. Thank you.
All right. I think Umesh, I'm a team of project management center of excellence with 13 years of experience in automotive, but not an engineering graduate. So how it fits my profile? Okay, yeah. Hi, Umesh. Uh, can you hear me? Umesh, you there? UJ? Okay. All right. Your microphone. I can hear you. Okay, all right. So I'll go ahead and then answer your question. Okay. So you have 13 years of experience, so that is good in automotive industry. You are engineering graduate, but project management, like I said, it's not industry specific. It's a global standard. It's a framework. It's applied to all other industries that are found in global market. Okay. So, um, sorry. Okay. I think there's some disturbance. Um, if you're already leading a team, that's great. That will help you to see how these different concepts of project management will help you to either use it in your real life projects or how you can use these concepts and then change and adapt in your real life project. Okay, it's either way. Either you use your real life learning and then relate to these concepts, or you understand these concepts and relate into your real life projects. Okay, Umesh? That's one way to look at it. The second way to look at it is that project management professional certification. It's kind of since it's globally recognized. If you're certified in that, you don't have to tell people that I have managed, these many people. Like I have managed 20 people, 30 people, and I have project management experience of X number of years. The project management professional certificate itself talks about that you have gone through this training, you have gone through this certificate exam, which is very tough to crack, and you know these concepts. Okay, that's itself in an advantage, a benefit. On top of that, if you already have this 13 years of experience managing X number of people, it will give you an added advantage on top of PMP certificate. Does that make sense, Umesh? Just give me a thumbs up, yes or no. Or if you're still not convinced, I can explain again. Not able to hear you. But does that make sense, Umesh? Can you hear me? Umesh? Yes. All right. Thank you. Okay, so since we have Manisha, I think all of you guys have gone through that document. I don't know, Manisha, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am there, and yes, I have. I've
Can
already
you please
seen.
go through this Excel sheet and then fill in your information? This is just for
I'll
you
do
us
that.
understand your background, and we will just track your attendance throughout. Okay. Okay. So we have Abhinandan, Hardik, Manisha, Guru, Umesh, Saloni, Umesh, Ashish, Ranjit, and Ramdani. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Okay. So we have 9 people. I think we're missing a couple. Oh, that's fine. No big deal. Um. Okay. Now let's have this quick exercise. What I will do is I have this. I'll show my screen. What I would request you guys to go to this menti.com, use that code that I'm sharing, and then just share your thought, in 1 word or 2 words. What is project management according to you? Okay. I'm sharing my screen. Do let me know if you can see my screen. Okay.
Yep.
So what you need to do, either you scan this QR code or you go to menti.com and enter this code and then give your response. I'm just trying to understand, according to you, what is project management? Okay. Not sure why it's not refreshing. Just put in the chat box if once you're done, guys. Okay. I'm not sure why it's just showing me this. Have you all responded, guys?
Yes.
I'm still typing.
Okay. Yeah, just give me a thumbs up in the chat box once you're done. Okay. So that I'll know that you're done it. That's weird. I think I can see 1 of 5 responded. This is weird. Okay, it's coming through. I think it's some data issue with Menti. Doesn't really do that.
Yeah. It's a weekend. Data is also working as well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
For me, it's like 5:30 in the morning, but I'm doing it
Oh,
anyway. Yeah.
oh, really? Yeah, that's great. I really appreciate you taking this effort.
And I also joined 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, yes, yes, I remember that. Yeah, sorry about that. I think there was some confusion. Uh, but really appreciate, I think you're taking this effort to be in this training. 5:30 is too early.
CT. Now we have already covered 1 hour, so it's about to be 6:20 here.
Oh, okay. So maybe you already have 2 cups of coffee just to
Um,
keep your.
I will have maybe after some time. Yeah.
Okay. Guys, done. Let me just quickly refresh this. I don't know why it's not. Usually it happens. It's like it refreshes itself.
Mhm.
I don't know what's going on today. Yeah, now it's coming up. Okay. Mm, Okay, good. So we are managing and planning, agile process of delivery, delivering outcomes, organized way of working. That's good. Yes, and delivering outcomes, process of delivery. Okay, organized way of working, practice to define process. Okay, to define process. Okay. Is everyone done? Okay, Umesh done for mine. Saloni is done. We see 5, 6 now. 6 responses. There should be at least minimum 9 responses. Unless I think Puru is not available, so we can just say 8 responses.
Oh, I just did Shikshajigan.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, man. Skill techniques. Okay. So skills and technique. Okay. Yeah, that's good. So we have different perspectives coming across. So that's really nice. Um, so organized way of working, yes. Delivering outcomes, yes. That's part of project management. Agile process of delivery, that is a questionable thing, but that is yes part of project management now that agile. But we'll discuss more as we go on. Managing and planning of absolutely practice to define process. So can someone explain like what do you mean by practice to define process? Who is given this response?
Shishikant, I wrote this. I mean, to execute any project, we have to have well-defined processes to complete any task. So that's
Hmm.
what I mean. There should be well-defined processes behind executing anything.
Okay, okay. That's mainly what we talked about in process domain. So yes, that is true. Skill and techniques. Yes, that is also true. So we have skills and techniques, but it's part of it. So I think most of you guys have covered what are the different aspects of project management. Okay, some of it is like managing and planning is part of it. Yes, the practice of defining process domain is yes part of it. Delivering outcomes, yes, that is absolutely the part of project management. Organized way of working, yeah, that also talks about process. Skill and techniques, it's mainly about people, like or resources we talked about. So yes, I think we kind of I was expecting more. I don't know if we are still waiting for a few more responses. There should be. I don't know. Let me just refresh this before I give my inputs. Okay. We have 6 responses. All right. Anyway, so skill and techniques, yes. Most of it, if you see project management, it's in a holistic view. It involves all those different aspects of project, starting from initiation or pre-initiation until you close a project. So everything that comes in between, it could be your defined process, you're managing resources, you're planning, you're controlling, executing a project. Obviously, because it's a project, so you are waiting for an outcome to be there after the end of the project. And then how do you execute your, like, an organizing way of working, we said. So everything that you guys said is part of project management. Okay. Now that you already have said that, it's just that we will learn these different terminologies or different concepts or different what do you say, the terms being used in PMI environment, or because PMP exam is based on PMBOK. Most of these concepts are very straightforward, but most of these concepts that you already know, but they have a different terms to it. Okay. Like for example, change management. If I ask you, what do you mean by change management? Is that if there is any change, you already had a set of deliverables, okay, that you have already delivered, but in the due course, before it goes into production, before you make it go live, there could be a change that you have to put in, or even after you make it go live, you have to change some of the requirement. Now that is managed by change management. Okay. That is also part of project management. Now these different concepts that you learned in this due course uh, is nothing but your kind of, what do you say, like, re-verification of your existing knowledge. So whatever you have already learned through your real life projects is what you will learn kind of in the from the lens of PMI standards and guidelines. Okay. Um, the next topic is mainly around this discussion idea. So you have this, 12 project management principles. Now, what are those 12 project management principles? We'll go through each one of them one by one. But if you have any inputs, any thoughts, just feel free to kind of raise your hand or put it in the chat box, and then we'll discuss it. What is the time? It's 11. Okay, so we're good on time. Stop sharing. Any question on this, guys? Anything you want to share before I move on to the next slide? No? Okay, let's make it interactive, guys. I'm requesting all of you to kind of share your thoughts and inputs. Do let me know that if I'm going very fast or very slow, I'll also adjust my tone accordingly. But be interactive. Okay, use your chat box. It's free to kind of share your inputs and thoughts. Okay, anything that you want to share apart from what we just did on Menti?
Yeah, your pace is perfect. Don't worry about that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so moving on. We were supposed to have a break in between, but because we started late, so I'm just skipping the break. But do let me know if you want to have a break. Okay, I think especially Saloni, for you, if you need a coffee break, do let me know. We'll have a 10 minutes break in between. It's 11. So what I'm planning to do for next 1 hour, we'll talk about this 12 project management principles, which is kind of the core principles of project management. It could be a little heavy because these are very conceptual terms. And then after that, we'll have 12 to 12:30 a lunch break. Okay. And then from after, once we come back from lunch break, from 12:30 to 2, we will talk about those 8 performance domains. Okay. So we are right on time so far, but do let me know. So I will probably accommodate a break in between if you want it. If not, we will, next 45 to 50 minutes, we'll talk about this 12 project management principles. Okay.
I think we can go on. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Guys. Okay, Manisha, have you filled in your information?
I'm not able. I can't do anything. Actually, I'm using company's laptop and it is not allowing me to do anything.
Oh,
I am so sorry for that.
okay.
Yeah, I think
I
I
don't
need
know.
my personal laptop for this because it is deleting everything. Since I'm
Ah,
working in an insurance domain,
okay,
it's not
okay.
allowing to do anything.
Yeah, it could be a compliance thing, I understand.
Yeah,
Can you do it from your mobile phone?
I am using iOS and it is not also allowing me. I don't know. I will just type my name in the chat box. Can someone please copy that?
No, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you have the link saved somewhere, or take a
Yes,
screenshot.
I will do that. Yeah.
Yeah, once you go back to your Yeah, once you go back to your personal laptop, then you can fill it in. And
I'll
then,
do.
are you
Thank you.
part of the WhatsApp group, Manisha?
Not yet, but I will join soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so be part of that WhatsApp group.
Yes, of course.
And if you have any question, do let us know. Um,
Definitely.
yeah, the reason why we're doing that because it's not just tracking for all the candidates who are in the training, but also to understand your background
Oh,
or
correct. Yeah.
so that we can see. I can use some examples from your domain expertise so that
Mm-hmm.
we'll relate to it more. Okay, that is
Sure,
the whole
sure.
idea.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks. That's something I have done that. Okay, so let's get started. I'll share my. Yes, Saloni, you're saying something.
No?
Okay. Okay. Let me share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Now, what is a project management principle? So, like we said, principles are nothing but like the behavioral guide, like how you as a project manager, how you should behave in certain scenarios, in certain areas around project management. So there's a PMI code of ethics, which is designed by PMI. It's a professional conduct, and I think we, being in a corporate uh, area, we or industry, we have it's kind of assumed that you follow these behavior patterns. But with respect to PMP or with respect to PMI, if you're going through this exam or going through this training, they are giving you these 12 principles to kind of use as a guideline. Okay. Now, principle is nothing but like what do you say, guidelines, right? In a simple terms, and these are aligned with PMI code of ethics. Now, why do we need to learn them? It's because they'll kind of set a minimum expectation from you as a project manager. So when you say that you're PMP certified, it is kind of minimum expectation that you know these principles, you know these concepts, you know these performance domains. It is kind of bare minimum. Okay. That is why it is important to learn these principles. Okay. Some of them that you already know, maybe you're just using a different term here to describe that. Some of them could be new. So if you come across a term which is new, just to stop me then and there, or raise your hand, and then we can maybe discuss in detail about that. Okay. But there are 12 principles, so it will take at least minimum 40 minutes to kind of describe or explain them individually. Okay. Now, I think you already know what principles are. It is, like I said, it's a guideline. So let's start with the first one. The first one is stewardship. Okay. Now, what is stewardship? Anyone wants to give a best shot at what is stewardship? Just put it in the chat box.
So tell about from the data architect perspective, it's a kind of ownership, like who's taking owner, who's responsible for data.
Hmm. Yeah, that's good. Anyone wants to take a guess? I mean, it's written that you need to be diligent, respectful, and caring steward.
Yeah, I mean, just the kind of supervising stuff. This is what all project managers do in
Hmm.
general. That okay, people are working on time with
Sure.
specified budget and whatnot, something like that.
Yes, yes, that's part of it. Correct, Salome. You guys can use chat box also. I mean, if you're not comfortable speaking out loud, you can just go in the chat box and then, you know, type whatever you feel about stewardship, so that I know that you guys are kind of, paying attention.
So maybe we can refer to this as a owner or somebody who is accountable.
Hmm. Yes, accountability. I think it will come in a different principle. But stewardship, I think, like Saloni said, it's about not just supervising, but you're being diligent about the project that you're working on. Okay. So it's like you take care of your resources, you take care of your people that you're working with. Sorry. with utmost integrity, with care, that you care about those people, and then there is a trustworthiness towards you as a project manager of those people, and then you kind of you maintain this compliance, these regulatory requirements of the project. That is the diligent part of it. You also know what is the project aligned with, is the vision and mission of the company, what is your organizational strategy. So you take care of that. So as a whole, I think if you see, the stewardship is like a project manager who is not only taking care of his people, his project, but at a bigger picture, it's like he's being a steward of the project, and he's carrying out that mission of completing a project with utmost integrity. Okay. Now, for example, say there is a project manager who is probably just say working on a construction project. Okay. As a construction project manager, if you come across some vendors, and you come across a vendor who you personally know, so it may happen that you tend to give that contract, or you kind of bend towards knowing someone from those vendors, and then you give that contract to them. So it becomes a first conflict of interest, right? You as a president. So the diligent part of it is like you kind of distance yourself from these kind of decisions, and you take whoever the potential vendor is. You probably just go through the formal selection process of vendors for that construction project, and based on your acceptance criteria of vendor selection, you kind of award that vendor that contract to the selected vendor. Okay. So it's combination of not only just being diligent and respectful, but it's also like what kind of Saloni mentioned is like you're taking care of the whole situation around the project, which includes your processes, your peoples, your compliance regulatory requirements, like that. Does that make sense? Yes? No?
Just one thing. When you say your people, I mean, in project management, every
Mhm.
resource come from a different team. You're kind of
Mhm.
just taking care of the process. One person finishes the job and the second person takes up the job. So
Mhm.
how do we take those members as our team, or when you say your people, there are different people involved?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. So when you are working on a project, you have people from different backgrounds, and they are performing different roles. Sorry, there's
Sorry,
a
can you mute?
background noise. Hardik? Mm, let me just mute him. Okay.
It's fine
Okay.
now.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just to reiterate your question, Saloni, if I understood correctly, that you're not taking care of people as a person. They are part of the project. They are resources who are working on your project, and they're highly
Yeah,
uh,
skilled people, let's say.
yeah, highly skilled, and they are highly respected. I mean, you need to respect them as an individual. That is one thing. Second thing is like, because they are part of the project, they are going to give you efforts to make your project successful, right? So your behavior, again, this is behavioral principles. How do you carry yourself as a project manager? So around those resources, those people, you need to be respectful. That is one part of it, right? That makes sense, Saloni?
Yeah, kind of. Maybe if I'll go further, maybe I kind of get my answer.
Yeah, but it's not you taking care of people at a personal level. They're part of
But
the
the
project
resource
in that
management is part
duration.
of it, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
The resource management is like the part of project management,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
This is how we take these people as our people in the team.
Yes, yes. So think it in this way, that these project management principles are giving you as a project manager a standard to follow. That how do you want yourselves to be perceived by these different people in your project? So this is how you should carry yourself, like as a steward, right?
Mhm.
So you need to be respectful towards them so that they'll respect you. And it is kind of Given
Yes.
that, if you're not respected, you will face a lot many different challenges, conflicts, working with these different people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And people come and go, so resources come and go. So if you have one resource replaced by other resource, it again, it goes back. The cycle kind of repeats itself. Like you need to treat them well so that you will be treated well. And I think I gave an example of construction project where there's a conflict of interest of giving vendors. It can happen with resources also. You
Mm-hmm.
have the union of people working, and then they kind of they do a protest, or they just don't show up on the work. So what do you do? So you as a project manager, you come forward and then try to assess the situation, trying to find the middle ground, and then that the diligency part of it kind of takes over. So it's a stewardship is nothing but like someone who carries this ship around. So this the whole task of a project management. So it goes with not only just caring people but understanding the whole situation around the project. So you need to reach that finish line of the project. So what do you need to take to do that is through being a steward.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other question, guys? Sure, ma'am. Okay. All right. The next is the team. Okay. So I think team we already know all the people that you're working with in a project. You need to create a collaborative environment for those people to work in the project. Now, collaborative, I think we already know. So you need to have a very positive environment, and everyone should feel safe to come forward and then speak up. Sometimes, what many of the time what happens, like you have people who are from different backgrounds. So say even in IT industry, we have many people from IT industry. You have juniors or freshers joining in your team, so they don't speak up because they get scared. Sometimes they don't want to raise their voice or uh, not kind of voice their opinions. So you as a project manager, it's your responsibility to create this collaborative environment where everyone is welcome to share their opinions, their thoughts, and that helps. Now, how does that help? Because you have um, so you have people from different diverse backgrounds, different skills, different experiences, and if the environment is not helpful enough for these people, what happens is like you start seeing those conflicts, and we will see how the team is formed, what different phases the team goes through, and how you as a project manager can work on different techniques to make it collaborative environment. It will come in the due course. But this is you as a project manager, you need to focus on how do you create a collaborative project environment where your project will succeed. Okay. Uh, it's not just having your team agreements or team discussions or is understanding your organizational structure, organizational policies. Kind of they all have to follow those different policies given by organization. That's part of it, yes. But in the context of a project, you as a project manager have to kind of share your learning, share your knowledge. Also, give them opportunities to come forward and then share their knowledge and their thoughts, and then work towards that common goal of achieving the project success. Okay. Example, I think you can take any example. Say for any IT software project, at the start of the project, you sit with your team, you give them the full understanding of the project requirement through project charter, or like what is the scope, what are the different stakeholders involved, what is the delivery approach. You give them all this information, and then you ask them questions like, what do you think, the given the scenario of this project requirement, the kind of different skills we have, kind of tools that we have, software tools we have, this is the deadline, this is the project plan, you think if it's feasible. And if it's a collaborative environment, everyone will get a chance to speak up, to share their thoughts, and then you can learn from them, and you can adapt as a project manager. But think it this way, that if it's not a collaborative project environment, maybe they'll not share anything. Maybe they've some of them could have found some issues in your project plan, or they would have said, oh, we are taking assumptions like these software tools will be used, but they're probably obsolete. They're not relevant anymore. Maybe we need to upgrade. So if it's not a collaborative environment, maybe these people will not feel safe to come forward and then speak, which is will probably have an impact going forward, like you in your project. So I think having a collaborative environment helps in both ways, for your team and for your project. Any question on this, guys?
Not from me. That's clear.
Okay. So you can create a team charter. I think it's like a project charter, and you can have a like in Agile, we do daily stand-up meetings, or we do a sprint planning meetings, and even before that, and there are different roles. I think we'll talk about Agile in the next upcoming sessions. But the team charter is kind of like a project charter where you have a list. You list on all your team members and their backgrounds, like we did in this Excel sheet. Their core skills, their primary skills, secondary skills, if they need any learning, and then see their soft skills, or someone. Not everyone is open to discuss in the large forum. So how do you give them opportunities to come forward and then discuss, right? So this helps to kind of foster the culture of togetherness, of maybe say shared learning. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Next one is stakeholders. So I think stakeholders you already know. You know what? Does everyone know what is a stakeholder? Anyone who doesn't know what is a stakeholder?
Aren't your team member also your stakeholders?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe our counterparts from customer side.
Yes.
I mean, those are internal and external both.
Yes.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah, when you say team, they are your internal stakeholders, and of course,
Absolutely.
then we have customer side, supplier side, vendor side, or whatever.
Yes. Absolutely. So both are right answers. So you have internal stakeholders are your team members. That's part of it. Your the people who are part of the project. They will be internal. External team members, external stakeholders who are kind of affected by the project. So you have say a sponsor, or you have other, say if you're working in automotive industry, right? You're working on a project of creating this new version or new model of a car. So think of it in this way, that whoever is working on this car model design will be internal stakeholders. But once this car is developed, it's designed, it will go through testing, it will go through different other phases to be delivered. So what could be the other external stakeholders will be like regulatory people, the compliance peoples. They are also, they're not directly part of the project, but they can influence your project. What if there is a new regulatory change that has come in? It will probably have some of the specification may need to be modified because there is a change in regulatory compliance, right? But it's not done by your project team. It's but done by someone who is external to the project team. Right?
But isn't it like, or maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Sushi,
Mm-hmm.
that until the car gets delivered,
Mm-hmm.
these are all our internal stakeholders? They are checking the quality, security stuff, whatnot. Aren't these all internal stakeholders
Yes, yes.
until it goes out
So
to the
until
customer
yes,
or
correct.
any other company?
Yeah, well, let me rephrase my sentence. What I said. You have say regulatory or compliance team. Okay. Take any big automotive industry company name. Okay. And regulatory and compliance team is not part of your project. They are kind of overseeing these projects. They're working on their own domain. Or maybe you go one step ahead and you talk about government. The government has these regulatory norms that every model that has coming in, every EV model that is coming in, say electric vehicle, they need to follow
Mhm.
these norms. That is not set by your project requirement. That is set by government. So you need
Okay.
to abide by those rules that is set by government. Now, is government part of your project? No, but it is stakeholder. It is an external stakeholder that is influencing your project.
But that is also part of quality assurance, right?
Yes, yes, but it
In
is
terms
done
of
by your
any,
project team.
yeah, not just the
Yeah,
automotive
not yeah.
industry, and yeah.
Yes,
So
yes,
quality
and it
assurance could be internal team
yes,
also, and
yes.
of
Quality
course as you said, outside.
Yeah, but it's the job of quality assurance team to find out if there is any change in the regulatory compliance norms or rules that we have to, because you can't just roll out a new AV model like that. It needs to follow certain rules, certain compliance rules, right?
I thought that is also part of project management,
Yes,
quality
it's by
assurance.
yes, quality assurance is part of project management. What I'm saying is that the rules defined by government, that is external to your project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe we'll go further
Yes.
and talk about
Okay.
it.
So stakeholders will be internal or external. Okay. It's either they will have a positive influence or a negative influence to your project. And sorry. So the proactive engagement of these stakeholders helps your project to kind of succeed or fulfill the project requirements. Um, let's just take the same automotive industry for example, and you have say there are there's a requirement given by say government that these every new model that comes into the market, it has to follow these rules. Okay. I'll say this battery requirement. Okay. Now, when you are designing your project, you take into consideration these rules at the start of the project, and it becomes your acceptance criteria, your quality check. And creating this model probably takes 1 or 2 years. So this project will last long for say 2 years. But when you are about to kind of roll it out in the market, after 2 years, say government changes rules that no, now the battery requirement has changed. So what will happen to your project? What do you think, Saloni?
That we redo all the stuff,
Yes,
but that will stretch the timeline. That's again an issue.
yes,
And the budget, of course.
yes. But why did it happen? See, the government was not part of your project. They were given one certain set of rules that you started with. You deliver your project in 2 years, 1 or 2 years. You're ready to roll out your new card model, but now suddenly they change rules.
Maybe regulations were changed in the meantime, government changed or something.
Yeah, yeah. So
This
they have changed it. What I'm
situation.
trying to, what I'm trying to address is like government not being part of your project, they can still influence your project,
Yeah, yeah, that's correct.
right? So just understand that part of it for now. I
Okay,
think what you're trying to understand is quality assurance should take care of all these different scenarios. So
yeah,
quality assurance will start with some set requirement to begin with,
yeah.
right? Quality check or say testing or QA, they are given this some checklist. Like this is the product, this is the software. You need to validate if this is correct or not. Is it meeting all the requirements or not? They go through all this checklist and then they give you a report, pass or fail, right? And then you say that now my project is good to go. It's like go live or what do we call it, or roll out or whatever, because
Mm-hmm.
it has gone through all these different checks. But that doesn't mean that you are good to go because some external factor can also change. So think it in this way, that uh, there is a there is a, say for taxation. Now the taxation norms are set by government, the slabs, right? You are ready to file your income tax, but it can change anytime. It changes every year anyway,
Yeah,
right? But is that part when you are working on a finance project, you are just starting with what was already there, right? But
yeah,
once you are at the finish line of the project, what if something changes? You still have to go back and then redo because you cannot just throw away your project like that. You still want to make it successful. So the bottom line here is that the stakeholders will be internal and external. What I'm trying to address here that the external stakeholders can also influence your project. It could be government, it could be compliance, it could be anything. It could be your external vendor also in supply chain. You have preferred vendor list. You have already done your contracts, but this vendor went bankrupt. He's not available anymore. So your project deadline will, your schedule, your roadmap will get impacted. You already had say 6 months with this preferred vendor to deliver your project, but now this vendor is not available. So you need to try to find out another vendor. Then he'll have his own schedule. So your timeline will probably get delayed by 1 or 2 months. that is an impact in your project. So think it in this way. So these are different stakeholders, and I think stakeholders, like we said, it's an internal, external. Internal stakeholders who are working on the project, external stakeholders who are not working on the project directly, but they can still influence the project. We'll have a separate session on stakeholders. I think we'll discuss more in that. Okay. And again, like I said, it's the group of people who can directly or indirectly affect your project outcome. Okay. Any question on this, guys? And Saloni, thanks for bringing up this topic. It's very interesting topics. Any question on this, guys, before we move ahead?
Shashikant, I have one doubt here. So you
Yes.
are saying here the team members are also stakeholder. At the same time, they are working on a project along with us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how can they become a stakeholder, because the stakeholder, the person who is supposed to sponsor the project and they're supposed to like give the project, or they are basically the beneficiary of that project. So
Mm-hmm.
team is just working on the project along with us, and they need to work and manage the project and deliver the project.
Yeah,
So
they're still
how
internal
can they
stakeholders.
become a stakeholder? That is bit not clear to me.
Okay, so at a broader level, you say stakeholder is nothing but an individual or group of individuals who can directly or indirectly affect your project. Okay. Now I've given you this definition of stakeholder. Now you recheck about your team, your project team. Say you're working on an IT software project. You have these developers or this architect as part of your team. Do you think that they will be your stakeholder or not? Yes or no? What do you think?
That's what I need clarity, because see, till now, since 20 years, I'm managing projects I'm doing, but we never consider team members as stakeholders. So
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
we are
Team.
working on a project, so our
So,
responsibility is to complete the project and deliver the project on time.
Correct.
But how
Yes.
come they become a stakeholder? That is
so,
kind of clarified.
Yeah. Go ahead.
so Shashikan, can I share my thoughts here?
Sure.
Um, like in a team, as Ramdhani said, that there are multiple team members, but we never considered them as a stakeholder. So my thought around is that in a project, we delegate the task to each team member. So there is a sense of ownership, accountability, and some outcome which is desired from each team member. So if we think from that perspective, they are the active stakeholder on that project because they influence the outcome of the project.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Puru. I was going to say the same thing. Thanks, Puru. So I hope Ramdhani, you got your answer. Is it clear?
Okay.
Yeah. No. So think it in this way. The stakeholder can be, like I said, it can be any individual or group of individuals who can directly or indirectly affect or impact your project. Now, team members are part of your project. They are individual group of individuals, and they can influence your project. What if you have a team of people, say 10 to 15 people of members in your team, and what if they're working on a project? It's a very large valuation project, say $1 million or $2 million of project, and you're working on a particular software delivery project. What if out of those 10, 20 people, 5 people go on a leave all of a sudden, something happens, they're not available anymore? How will you deliver your project with the given timeline? Right? You still have to think of other alternative ways. It's kind of an influence on your project. That's one way of looking at it. What if the skills that you have for those team members, they are not competent enough. They are struggling to deliver your project. Say you started with one set of technology, but as you start working on a project, you find out, oh, these team members are not performing as expected. They are behind schedule. Now it's going to impact my project, right? It is still an influence on your project, right? It's they are impacting your project outcome, the roadmap of the project. So think it in this way: they are considered as a stakeholder, as a project team together as a stakeholder. Because maybe you come with, like I said, these terminologies you already know, but they had a different meaning. Now, when you probably would have only looked at stakeholders from a sponsor or external stakeholder perspective. Like you have a leader, so you have a director that you want to give a monthly report to, or you have sponsor that you have to give a weekly report to or quarterly report, or you have your senior management group, or your customers, or your product owner, or your
Mm.
end users. These are typically they are looked at as a stakeholder only. Okay, but we never see our individual team members are never seen as a stakeholders.
So,
Everyone who has a stake in the project is a stakeholder. Yes.
so maybe we confuse team member as resources sometime, and that is
Mm-hmm.
the reason that definition changes. We never look them
We
as
say
a
resources,
stakeholder.
Yes.
like we say resources actually. That's it.
Yes. So look at it as a larger way. I mean, like I said, larger perspective. I think we'll talk about stakeholders once we go there in detail. But you need to have these identify these groups. You are working with the team, so yes, they are constantly in touch with them. But mainly, engage your stakeholders who has higher stakes in it, like your sponsor, like your senior management, like your end users. So this is the specific topic about stakeholders or engaging stakeholders effectively is where you as a project manager you come forward and then you understand these techniques, how to engage, how to manage stakeholders effectively, and how to maybe negotiate with them. Okay, there's a separate detailed topic around stakeholders. I think we'll discuss in that in coming sessions. Okay. Okay, moving on. Creating value. So how do we create value from a project? So anyone wants to give a guess at what do we mean by value here in PMP?
I think that is also goes back to having all the set of rules and predefined set of rules and regulations,
Mhm.
keeping in mind while delivering the scope. I mean, just to
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's part of it. So I think the value is like how do you define is if your project is successful?
yeah,
And
by
it's
keeping the quality measurements or the set of predefined rules and regulations in our mind.
yeah. So when you that's correct. So when you start working on a project, you already had some set requirement in your mind,
Yeah,
right? And how do you say that this project is successful? Because those requirements are met,
yeah,
right? And why are you working on a project? Because you want to bring in some change. A project means a change, right? It could be positive, it could be negative. Now, how do you say that this change is successful? That you measure it against something. So when you measure it, like say I want to deliver this project where I want to bring in say more revenue from my customers. Say this software tool that I'm creating, a SaaS platform or PaaS platform. Once I roll out this software tool, I need to bring in say $100 million revenue. Okay, that is my target for this project. So how do you know once you finish this project? How do you know this project is successful? When you go back to this target measurement that you set up in the beginning, that I want to bring in this $100 million revenue, right? That is when you said that the project is successful. So that is the value that you deliver your real business outcome value, that whatever you have started with in the beginning of the project is actually met at the end of the project, is the value that you have created. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And not to mention, I think you have a specific business case that you start with the project. Okay, we'll talk about project. What is a project? What is program? What is portfolio? Maybe tomorrow. But just think it, project is a change. Like you have one thing that is going on today. You as a project manager, you are given to work on this project because we want to bring in this change, because we have certain value that you're going to bring in through this project. So just think it in this way. Okay. Any question on this, guys?
no, it's clear.
Okay. And not to mention that if you don't see value coming out of this in any project that you're working on, it could be construction project, software project, or fintech project, or supply chain project, or insurance project, or any other project you're working on, or automotive project. In the due course, you as a project manager, if you're working on a project, you don't see that value being delivered towards the end of the project, or it's not coming across like you intended it to be. You can just pivot, you can change. How do you change is also part of the different terminologies, concepts that we learn. But understanding the value that needs to be driven from a project execution is what we're trying to address here. Okay.
So it can be both tangible, non-tangible value
Yes.
that we can look at.
Yes. 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 Absolutely. It's the knowledge, basically. Even if the project is unsuccessful, and I'm not sure how many of you have worked on a project which was not successful. Has anyone come across any project in real life where the project was not successful? Anyone wants to share?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Has any one of you come across any project in real life that you worked on which was not successful?
So successful in terms of what we set as the initial criteria that we want to achieve, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe because of multiple constraint, the limitation, resource availability, or budgets and everything, we could not deliver those outcomes, and that turned out to be a failure. But we
Mm-hmm.
we came back with the uh, learning experience that how to avoid those mistakes or how to handle those challenges in the new project or something like that.
Exactly.
So
That
that
is
can
your
be as a considered as a value of
yes,
that project.
exactly. That is your intangible value that you created, the knowledge that you created, how to not do this kind of a project because you learn from it, right? It's a both tangible, intangible way of looking at the value. Okay. And believe me, there are projects that happen that they don't meet the criteria, or something changes in between. Like you started working on a project in it's like 2 year, 3 years, a long project, but market condition change, or
Yeah.
the end user perception changes, and
I,
then
I
you have to yes, go
I
ahead.
had one experience where customer did not accept what we delivered.
Oh,
And we keep talking about defined scope of work. Even they signed the, initiation document and everything, order form, but they never accepted it.
yeah. So why do you think that happened?
Uh, the conflict of maybe I won't say interest, but the kind of understanding we
Mm-hmm.
have. I
Mm-hmm.
think we must also go in detailing while signing the exact scope of work
Right.
in detail.
Correct. Yeah, so they always play with those gray areas, like, oh,
Yeah,
you did not say this, so
yeah,
I'm not supposed to. So that happens. And I think when you in typical IT industry, they go with SOWs, like
yeah,
statement of work contracts. And I have seen many, I have also signed some SOWs. I have also worked on SOW creations. And I have had this situation like you had, where they did not agree that no, you're supposed to deliver this, it's missing, so I'm not going to pay you extra, like, you need to give me and less stuff. So this kind of stuff happens. But I wouldn't say that that's again learning. I think you're very right that we need to detail it out in such a way. Also, have assumptions or
yeah.
restrictions or limitations areas.
So
Yes,
we
Ashish.
had a signed list of assumptions, risk
Mhm.
mitigations, everything. But then, of course, then our legal team had to interfere, and then customer team they had a fight back, and blah blah blah. It went up until there.
Oh, okay. So what was the outcome? Did you
Of course, they had to
give?
pay.
Okay. Yeah.
Depends how strong your legal team is and their legal team is. I mean, it always depends.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So that is again learning, right? So
Yes.
if you come across something like that, it's a difficult client. Sometimes you will never have this good client, this good customers that you will work with all the time. You will have some difficult clients to work with. From my personal experience, I work with French people, I work with Japanese people, I work with Chinese clients, and they're sometimes they're very difficult to work with. And then that is your learning, like, because I have also worked with North American people, I work with European people. I can use the same template or same mindset that I use working with North American people to Japanese people, because they think differently.
Mhm.
They're very meticulous, they're very detail oriented. They always look for those gray areas, so stuff like that. So that is the learning that you get working on a project. And then how do you measure value? How do you define value? Is what you as a project manager you should focus on. This is what the value term is kind of implying here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Good. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, guys. Moving on. System thinking. So this is very. I don't know how many of you know what is systems thinking. Anyone who doesn't know what is systems thinking? This is a very technical term, by the way. Okay. Let me just see if we have Ranjit. You there?
Yes, yes. Yes, Shashi.
Yeah. Do
Um,
you want to give it a try? What is systems thinking?
Maybe how exactly a system is behaving and interacting with other system. Is it kind of that?
Absolutely. Yes. Correct. Correct. So it's like systems thinking is nothing but like you see, how different parts of your system are integrated or kind of related to each other and how they're performing. So when you're working on a project, say you're working on a large project, okay? Say I'll take an insurance project example for you. Okay.
Mhm.
I was working on a health insurance project where they're working on kind of coming up with a new product, a health insurance product, which will cater to a certain age group, say senior citizens. Now, when you are defining a product like an insurance product, you're working on 10 different other departments. Okay, you're working on a product admin department, you're working with new business department, you're working with underwriting, you're working with verification, you're working with actuary, you're working with finance, you're working with IT, you're working with accounts. You know, I think there are like 10, 15 different other departments, and they all have to understand the new product idea, the outcome, what target group is, and what revenue we are going to generate. So once you work with these different other departments, how they are all integrated together and how this product is going to affect all these different departments. Okay. Now, insurance, I don't know how many of you have insurance or you know what insurance industry is, but it's highly regulated. Okay. And it's a very complex way of understanding how insurance products are designed or rolled out and how do they work. Okay. Because it's finance related directly. So system thinking is understanding these different components of project. How are they related to each other? How they function with each other? And how do you see them all together holistically, right? So that understanding has to be there with you as a project manager. You cannot just say, "Oh, this is my project. It's just creating this software or creating this EV model, new model of a car." And that's just my area. No, you need to have a holistic view of what different other parts of areas in your organization are going to have relation with your project that may influence your project delivery. Does that make sense?
Yes, maybe I can relate it with my current project, which I'm working in,
Mm-hmm.
which is system integration related. So, usually I don't join. There are some design level discussions which happen where they mainly discuss about how a system should talk with each other and what are the systems involved and what is the outcome we will get post that interaction which happens. So
Mm-hmm.
we usually call it as HLD and LLD discussion,
Okay.
which is something like high level design and low level design.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So system thinking is very technical term. That's what I know. I kind of poked you there, kind of to share your thoughts. Uh, but it's applied to all different other project management areas. Okay,
Yes.
how do you look at project in a holistic way? That is system thinking. Okay, how do you recognize or evaluate these different parts of project? How do they work together? What influence they may have? um, or it may impact your schedule, your cost, your budget, your resources, the quality. These are different areas of a project management, and how are they related to each other is what is system thinking. Okay, clear, guys? Okay, moving on. Leadership. I think we all know, like whoever has worked on a real life project as a leader. And I think Ramdhani, maybe you will also identify with this, that you want to demonstrate your leadership qualities, your behaviors uh, as a project manager. So what happens is like, yes, you are an individual working on a project as a project manager, but you need to kind of demonstrate these behaviors that you're managing a team, and there are different leadership styles, by the way, like, directive, supportive, or collaborative, stuff like that. We will learn in detail later on. But what different type of leadership style that you use uh, with given the project requirement, given the project situation, given your team composition, is what you need to decide as a project manager. Okay, that is what this leadership principle is. Okay, Ramdhani, you want to share something here since you manage a large team?
Hey, hi. Yes,
Yeah.
Uchkan. So basically, in my case, I was project manager in couple of the companies like Accenture and some other companies. Basically, we define the strategies around the project, like what need to be done, how cost need to be controlled, how it need to be done. Basically, we define the strategies around
Hmm.
the project requirement and all other perspectives.
Okay. So what is your favorite leadership style?
Basically, we believe in collaboration. Like if we have proper collaboration with everybody, then we can actually put the projects. So
Okay, great.
we delegate the task to individuals with ownership and we have collaborated.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. So leadership again, like I think Ramdhani said, it's like understanding the team environment, like I said, and then you also have this vision, this mission of organization. Then how do you empathize, show integrity, and then kind of bring everyone together to achieve your project success is what leadership wants. So, and typically leadership qualities or leadership styles help you in uh, high risk situations, or where the situation is very uncertain, when your project is failing, when the situation is very tough. So that is where you as a project manager will have to shine out, and then show these leadership qualities, leadership behaviors. And again, this will probably covered in the next when we talk about project performance or team performance. This is where we talk about leadership styles. Okay. Moving on to tailoring. Anyone wants to take a guess at what is tailoring? Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Adjust according to the situation or demands.
Yes, perfect, perfect. So you tailor yourself, and then you kind of adjust and adapt by what the situation demands. I think Umesh, I just saw your message here. Can you please explain what is servant leadership? Okay, I think. Sorry, I'll just come back to your question. Before I start explaining about tailoring. So Umesh, servant leadership is like where you, as a leader, you listen to what the team wants, and you kind of let them lead the project, and then you become servant. Servant is not like servant, but you attend to their like their questions, their doubts, or let them come to you for any help. So obviously you need to be available when they need you. You need to be respectful. You need to be what do you say, knowledgeable, to be servant leadership, because they are looking at you as a mentor. So servant leadership is nothing but like a mentorship. So you kind of use your knowledge, your experience, your skills to attend to your project needs. That is servant leadership. Okay, not like you become a leader and then you start driving your, like, you all have to listen to me, like do what I say. That is exactly opposite of servant leadership. Servant leadership is like let your team do their work, understand the project requirements, and then if they need you to be kind of getting through some tough situations, then you come out and then you help them. That is kind of serving them as a leader. I hope that answers your question, Umesh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this particular topic is really relevant to here, but yeah, even in my company now they are taking care of these things like Gen Z people are we need to manage the Gen Z people, so that is a very hot topic nowadays in
Yes.
industry. I'm not sure if PMP has really emphasized on that or
Hmm.
really have something to add in as a knowledge for this, but yeah, servant leadership I think is a new
Yeah, yeah,
concept to
that's a very
understand.
interesting topic that you brought
Yeah,
up about Gen Z.
yeah,
So, and I think you probably see all these memes, on
yeah,
different social media platforms.
yeah.
How there was a video circulating. I think there was one lady. She came up on the team meeting with her
Yeah,
face mask on,
yeah,
and
yeah,
how the
correct.
CEO responded to that.
Yeah,
So
correct.
the moment you said Gen Z, it just popped up in my mind.
Yeah,
So it's a different situation.
yeah, correct.
It's a different
Thank you.
situation. How do you deal
Yeah,
with them?
yeah.
And again, because it's evolving. So like I said in the beginning, PMI also make sure that they evolve. So the whole PMP content about like PMBOK, about PMP exam has evolved throughout the period. So, and I'm sure that the next after I don't know about 8th edition, I'm still going through it, but in the upcoming editions, they may talk about this, like how do you deal with the new generation people. And I think the main focus is around how you as a leader can uh, adapt to different generation types. I think once you learn the different leadership styles, I think yeah, working with different other generations will probably not be an issue. But it just you have to adapt, and how do you adapt is what probably we'll talk about later. Okay.
Yes,
All
yes.
right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one thing from me, Sashi.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, we've talked about the generation and all, which I agree. Doesn't it has something to do with the sincerity of particular team members?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't have the willingness to complete the task within the time. They keep delaying the task. How do we deal with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are different techniques. So I think when you're
And
dealing
does
with
tailoring part come with that, which I asked? Yeah,
yes, yes. So you adapt. So if you have people who are not performing, maybe they are not sincere enough. Maybe it could be any issue. Maybe there's something going on in their personal life, or maybe
no,
they are
they are
not attentive.
overburdened. Let's say, yeah.
Overburden. Okay, they are overburdened. They have a lot of work on their plate. So how do you manage this situation? Is like you have like one-on-one discussion with them. You really kind of take it down to the facts. Like if you're this is from my personal experience also, I'm saying that I had team members who are who's one team member who was working on multiple projects. He's a shared resource. He's like an architect, and he's also doing DevOps role. So he was like overburdened. He was working like 16, 17 hours. So I sat down with him. I kind of it's like okay, let's list down what projects you're working on, what activities you're doing, what is your bandwidth. Can I help you? So he made a list. We sat down together. We had this analysis of his all the assigned tasks, and then we started giving it priority. Like, what is the priority? What is an impact? Can you not do this? Can you delegate this? So this discussion with that resource really helps. And I think first of all that resource has to feel comfortable enough to come to you as a project manager and discuss this openly. Sometimes people don't do that. Sometimes people take it very personally. Oh, this may impact my performance,
I
my
beg to
approach.
differ, Sashi. Sorry,
Yeah.
because isn't this whatever you did was great, of course, but
Hmm.
shouldn't this go to his her manager to talk to this person, understand his work or kind of work he's involved in, have
Hmm.
this analysis of work, and then provide you the resource from his team?
Yeah. So maybe you're working in a
Or is
different.
it you? Do you think this is the part of project management? I don't think
Mhm.
this is the part of project management.
Um, yes. Yes and no. Why yes? Because this resource is working on your project.
Yeah,
So believe it or not, but he's influencing your project. If he's not delivering his task, if he's delaying his task, or if there is a problem in his performance, it will have a negative impact on your project, right?
agree. Yeah,
But you are not, maybe the way I understood is like you are not responsible for managing his task overall
Yeah,
task.
yeah.
Now maybe there's someone else who is managing his task.
I mean, his manager should be having this
Correct,
conversation with him
correct.
rather than you.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you are being a project manager, you are managing a project, you are making all your efforts to make this project successful. He is part of your project, but for some reason, there is some limitation, some constraint. You need to talk it out loud with him, with his manager, like say, hey, this is the problem. Can we do this? Either you work out his bandwidth, his overall, the load that he's
Location,
given.
yeah, yeah.
Sorry. And then you find a middle ground. What can we do? Either you let him go, you find some other dedicated resource, or you find dedicated time for him. Like, for this period of time, he's dedicated to my project. He will not work on any other project. Or, you try to find some alternatives in this scenario.
So
That is
this is the
tailoring.
part of project management that we also dig into the, detailings of why this person is not willing to do the work, and then talk to them, make them understand, not being the people manager of that person.
Yes, yes. So I'm assuming that you are not managing his performance. Like, you are not the direct manager,
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
okay,
Yeah, we were
hierarchical
talking
manager.
about the architect and whatnot, some
Correct.
technical resource in my project, and
Correct.
he's
Correct. So
over there.
you should talk to him first. You should talk to his manager. Let them be aware of the situation, that if he is not, if for whatever reason, there is a direct impact on your project. This is what I have seen. These are the facts. What can we do? These are the alternatives. Alternative one, you either replace him. Alternative two, you have a dedicated bandwidth. He has to be fully focused on this project until this is done, or some other alternatives. So that is tailoring approach. You adapt to the situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, okay, project manager also need to exceed his scope of work to make other people work.
Yeah, but there's also a conflict of interest. Like, he'll go back to his line manager, saying that no, 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 I'm getting pressurized from this other ex manager, and I'm it's impacting my performance, so I can't do this. So it becomes a very tricky situation. So you are managing a project. Think it in this way.
Yeah,
You're focused on this project to make this project successful, and you have this X number of people who are also working on different projects, but they're also influencing your project. So what will you do to make this project successful? Is to adapt, to find out these alternatives, some different areas, and then maybe there could be other alternative that we have not thought through. But tailoring is what is understanding the situation and then adapting towards it. Okay.
does this also work with, let's say, other stakeholders, vendors, and regulatory bodies and whatnot, or just within our team?
I would say that if it's whatever is impacting your project, could be internal, external, even if it's other regulatory compliance team, you as a project manager, obviously you should be given that authority to go and talk to them. Sometimes it's very, some organizations have very layered hierarchy, that
Yeah.
there's like a chain of command. Like, you can only go talk to these people. You just go to talk to your manager and let your manager handle this situation. That is another scenario. But if you as a project manager, you are given this authority, you can talk to other stakeholders, other regulatory body or compliance team. You can reach out to them. You can make them aware. These are this is kind of a risk on your project, the way you defined it, right? If we don't attend this risk now, there are high chances that my project will fail, right? And I'm sure that the organization will pay attention to this once they see there is a revenue loss, because every project has some budget allocated to it. You're
Yeah.
not working in a vacuum, right? There is a project. When you talk about a project, there is schedule, there are resources, there is cost, there is budget given to it, and they are expecting some revenue out of it, right? So they will pay attention to it once they see there is a loss.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure, you're welcome. Okay, moving on. I think we're a little short of time. It's 12 o'clock. Is it okay, guys? I think we have five more principles to cover. So I'll just quickly cover them. Then we'll go for a lunch break. Is it okay if we can continue? You want to come back and then have lunch and then do this later?
Yeah, let's cover all these points.
Okay. Okay. So I'll try to wrap it up in next 15-20 minutes. Then we'll take a break. Then after break, we'll have 8 performance domains. We'll have a short group activity, and then we'll close today's session at 2 p.m. Okay. All right. Moving on. I think there is. Okay. Okay. Quality. I think, yeah, we probably all know what quality is. It's just like, you have a project deliverable, and you started with certain requirements to begin with when you started the project. And is your deliverable meeting that project requirement, right? If it's not meeting the project requirement, then there is a gap. That gap could be because of a quality issue. Now, all these different expectations, different requirement that you have from the project, uh, they need to follow certain acceptance criteria, right? If they don't follow the acceptance criteria, then we say that it is a defect, or if it is an issue, which is nothing but a quality issue. So I hope you all know what quality is. If you don't know quality, please just put it in the chat box. But quality is, again, it's sometimes it can be subjective also. Like what you see as a quality issue, maybe it's not a quality issue from some other perspective. So it is nothing but like whatever expectation that you started with has to be met when you deliver the project. That the deliverables has to meet the original requirements, original expectations, to say that your project has a good quality. Okay, right. Moving on. Uh, okay, so complexity. I think we all know what complex. So complex projects, or scenarios or situations in a project can arise due to many different factors. It could be resource driven, it could be people driven, it could be machine driven, it could be environment driven. Probably, let's take an example of cultural differences. Okay, say there was a project that I was working on where we had people from France and people from China and people from North America. They were all working together in a project. Now, there are cultural differences in all these three different countries. Okay. The way you say certain things may be taken in a different way in North America, but they will be taken in a different way in France. Okay. I'll give you a direct example here. We use exclamation marks, in our sentences. Oh, you did good, great job, exclamation mark. French people, they take it in an offensive way. They don't like exclamation marks. So why I'm giving you this example about complexity, it could be because of different cultural differences from different people. How do they communicate? It can bring in some complex situation in your project. There was a situation in one of our project when I was working with Michelin, where we had to stop the project in between, get everyone together, let them understand the cultural differences between French people, American people, and Indian people. We did literally do that exercise. And then we got back into the actual project execution. Now, why that happened? Because there were some conflicts that happened between the team members. I was managing a project which was diversified. People sitting in France, people sitting in US, and they had some conflicts. And because of conflicts, it was impacting the project. The performance was kind of declining. So this was a complex situation. It can happen with large group of people. If you're working with one set of individuals, like only people from India, only people from China, it may not happen because they all know each other, right? But then the cultural sensitivity, like I said, you need to kind of be respectful towards different other people, or you as a project manager, how do you see the situation, right? So uh, if I'm working with three different other resources with three different, and French people are very bad at speaking in English, so there's a communication problem also. So how do you deal with that situation? So understanding these different complexities, navigating them, you need that as a project manager, need to have that skill, and this will probably help you more if you navigate these kind of complex situations. It will help you more, not only to grow in your experience, but also to kind of use that experience and work on different other areas of the organization. So you can sometimes you have a different department in organization who are from different backgrounds, from different countries. So how do you deal with them? I think Saloni had an example about compliance and regulatory. So if I'm working for say BMW, you are working with German compliance body. Sometimes they also influence those decisions, right? Or you say General Motors, it's in North America. So working with these different stakeholders or different countries, their regulatory bodies can bring in some complexity in your project, and you
Yeah.
just need to learn how to navigate through them. Yes,
Different countries have different rules and regulations while delivery something to their site. They have different complexity issues while you send some engineer to their sites. They
correct,
need some advanced certifications in advance to organize the activity. And of course, this is, yeah, depends region
exactly,
wise, and sometimes the time
exactly,
slot is
exactly.
One
different.
question.
Lots of
Uh,
complexities. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you need to, as a project manager, need to have that critical thinking. How do you
Yeah.
understand the situation? Is it really going to disrupt or impact your project negatively? How do you adapt? And so this
And
is
have
all
a
kind
list,
of interesting.
and has a list of all the preset of requirements in advance from the
Correct,
customer side, or whoever you are delivering it to.
correct,
I
correct.
have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, so Shashikant, I am dealing with a situation where I have some reportees, and I also report to someone
Mm-hmm.
here in India, and I mean, someone who is sitting in Germany. So I have stakeholders as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the issue is, I am at this moment, I'm doing both the job responsibilities. I'm working as a PM, and I'm also working as a team lead.
Mm-hmm.
So whether I have to work in a project, and also I have to maintain the team bonding and all. Now the
Mm-hmm.
issue is, we have certain guidelines in our organization. Like, we have to work like in a such a way that uh, there is a restrictions on so many things. So it is very difficult. It's hard to convey this message to the team members who are reporting to me. I
Mm-hmm.
cannot take directly names,
Mm-hmm.
like, this is a guideline, and we can't do this, we can't do certain things, and we have to follow these things, because again, it will go against my senior.
Mm-hmm.
How to tackle this situation?
Yeah. Yeah. I think the way I understood is like, so you have people from different backgrounds, is it? Like, oh, they're all
Correct.
Indians.
Yeah, the people who are reporting to me, they all are Indians.
Okay. So are you having hard time convincing
With
these Indian
Indians.
people, or you're having hard time
Exactly.
convincing the other
Exactly.
foreign?
Foreigners are, I think it's super easy task, I feel, these days, to work with foreigners. But working with Indian people, with emotions, with everything, it's super difficult and complex.
Okay, understand. Yeah, so I think the best way is to approach this is, listen again, my opinion, is that you go with facts. So, these are the set of guidelines, these are set of rules that we need to follow to make this project successful. So if they're part of your project team, they're all working together, you kind of make it part of their, I'm not sure if they're reporting to you. They're reporting to you, right? You said.
They are reporting to me, and certain point of time it happens that they feel that, I am not giving a right path, and they wanted to discuss this with my senior, and then the senior again give the
Mm-hmm.
back answer that it is already clear with your line manager. Why are you not talking
Understand.
to your line manager?
Okay. Yeah, I think since you're reporting to them in India, what has happened, this is again my personal
Yeah,
experience. When I had reportees, I've managed 50 plus people, by the way. So these situations happen when there is a disagreement, when they are not saying what you are saying. You have a vision of a
correct,
project. You
correct.
know that this is what I need to make this project successful. But these individuals, they come with their own set of ideas, their own set of backgrounds. They fail to see that vision. So there is a gap, right? So what you do, what I did, maybe that can help you, that because they are reporting to me, their performance appraisal is under me. I am managing their performance. I am giving them rating, and you know how this in Indian mindset it works, right? They need to have like good rating to get good appraisals, good salary hike and whatnot.
Correct.
So you make it part of their KPIs. Okay, I had like some people I did quarterly reviews, some people I did monthly reviews, some people I did for some of my team member. I mean, I made it part of their KPIs. Like this is how I'm going to measure your performance. Okay, and this is like direct measurement. If you fail to do this task in certain period of time, or this task had these many defects, these many bugs, I will not give you this rating. So they know like this is what I need to do so that I can get a good rating from my, and there is no gray areas. I'm not hiding anything. See, we all agreed, you and I, you as my reporting team member, I am your manager. This is what we both agree. I need you to do these activities because I know what the project needs and you have this capability, so you can do this. If you don't do this, I will not give you this rating. Or your
But now,
rating will be better.
but
Yeah.
now the challenge is this will impact on my AS, because if I don't give them a good feedback or good rating and all, so they will write whatever they want in the AS. You know that, right? People,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
is very difficult to handle your career and plus.
Go with facts. That helps. You need to have a diary. I started maintaining a diary. See, they are free to do whatever they want. They can always go and complain. I also had people. I had one or two resources in my team who were always rebellion. They will always go against you. But if you go with facts and you have your facts right, like this is what I asked them to do, they did not do this. Now they're just making a fuss about it because they think that they did right, but according to me, it's not right. So how do you do that? The short answer to this is that you maintain those tasks at individual level. If
Okay,
you have 50 people, this one or two people, they make this fuss.
correct.
For that particular individual, you are maintaining a daily diary. Like, I asked you to
Okay,
do this. Have you done this? This is
okay,
how we're going to measure performance. And then you kind of, make them sign up on this, after every weekly or monthly meeting. And then there is no back answering, or they can, even if they say anything they want, you have this data to support your statements,
agree.
right?
Yeah,
Data helps, believe me, and the senior management really like that you have data. In fact, one of my mentor also told me that if any event happens, like this, there was one resource who at the point of production deployment, he deployed a defect, and that delayed my project by 1 month. So he told me, like, these kind of events, you kind of note it down in and there with date time stamp and with that resource name, that he did this, that's why it caused this. I'm not against that resource. I'm trying to help him, but he caused this. That's the fact. This event happened. It had a negative impact on the project. How will I help him to not do this again in future? Have that positive mindset. That helps. It's not that you are going to fight with that resource. Like, there is no negativity here. But event mapping, keeping a diary at individual level with data, it supports your feedback.
got it.
I hope that helps.
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. I mean, yes.
Yeah. This is my personal experience I shared. But believe me, you will find some people like that. And in fact, Gen Z is very different nowadays. Uh,
Gen Zs are very clear, actually,
yes,
if I'm
yes.
not wrong, but the millennials are difficult to handle. Mm.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree
But
with you.
anyways, I will take a note of this and thank you so much for the
Sure, sure,
sharing your
absolutely.
personal experience. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, moving ahead. Risk. Okay. I think we all know what risk is. Just to put it in layman terms, like risk is it's it's an uncertain event that may happen in your project. It may have positive or negative impact. If it has a positive impact, it is an opportunity. If it has a negative impact, it is a threat to your project. How do you identify risk? How do you control and manage risk? We have a separate chapter on that, so we'll discuss it there. But you, as a project manager, you need to understand risk plays an important role in project management. And believe me, it also plays an important role in your interviews. If you go into any interview and you say that, I have played a project manager role or senior manager role, there will be definitely at least one question they'll ask you, that how did you manage this situation? Give me a real life scenario where there was a project and then there was a negative event happen, and how did you manage it? That is how that is to assess that how did you manage risk in your project. Okay, it's an interesting topic, and I think we'll learn in detail. Once we go there. Okay, moving on. So we have only two more to go. Adaptability and resiliency. Now, adaptability, I think it's nothing but like what we learn in tailoring. It's like you adapt to the situation. So it's like you as a project manager, what is your ability to look at this changing conditions in the project? And we talked about this, change in condition that can happen in regulatory or compliance things. How do you adapt quickly? Or your team has just is disappeared, or there is some, you know, compliance issue with your team, or senior management is kind of reluctant to give you these many resources for your project. You started a contract saying that I need 20 resources, but you are having hard time finding these 20 resources. You got only 10 resources. So how do you adapt? Stuff like that. And then resiliency is like nothing but like how do you quickly recover from negative situations, from setbacks. Like there was a negative situation that happened in your project, but you just don't keep lingering with this negative situation. How do you quickly learn from it and then go back to your original way of doing a project, or maybe kind of uh, go back to how do you recover yourself from that negative situation is what resilience is. Okay. And the last one is change. So change is like we talked about change a lot when we talked about project. Whatever can impact your project in a positive, negative way can change your project execution. It could be process driven, it could be team member behavior, it could be external environment. How do you understand and analyze that change, and then how do you use a structure approach to kind of uh, bring it back to the original state that you want the project to be? So understanding that change, or enabling yourself to understand the change where you achieve the vision that you had for this project is what the change is about. Okay, it said that enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. It's like you're letting change happen in project because it's required. It could be because of a complex situation, so that you can achieve your future state of the project. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's take a pause. I think it's 12:20 now. So we'll take 30 minutes break. We'll have a quick lunch and then we'll be back at say 12:50. Is that okay, guys?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Please be on time, guys. I'll just start a timer of 30 minutes. And then, whenever you're back, just, post it on the chat group that you're back. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll stop sharing. Hello. Hey, hi, Saloni. You there?
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
So you had your cup of coffee?
Yeah, I had my warm water and now I'm having something.
Oh, okay. You don't like coffee? Hey, hi, Umesh.
Mm, not good enough for my health. This is what
Ah, okay.
I think I have recognized
Mhm.
later on. I'm not even a tea person. So
Oh,
I'm kind of water person in the morning now.
yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting to know.
Yeah. Eating fruits and warm water and then go to the gym and whatnot. That's my routine.
Nice. Yeah, that's nice. Nice.
Yeah. And coffee is always fake energy. So mm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we belong to that era where our day doesn't start without tea or coffee.
Yeah. Mm. Though most of my family members are tea person, Indian chai.
Mm-hmm.
अगर आप हिंदी बोलते हैं तो
Sure, sure. Yes, yes.
a very good thing I have learned हिंदी में बोलती हूँ कि जब से मैं यहाँ बाहर हूँ मैं यूरोप में अगर सारे लोग एक कॉमन स्पीकिंग लैंग्वेज के हैं तो हमेशा
Mm.
अपनी लैंग्वेज में बात करते हैं इवन इफ इट इज समथिंग टू डू विद देयर करियर जैसे हम अभी ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं राइट
Sure, sure.
फॉर एग्जांपल राइट नाउ मैं हंगरी में हूँ तो इवन दो ये बहुत छोटी सी कंट्री है बहुत रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं है बट दे रियली वैल्यू देयर लैंग्वेज
Mm-hmm.
एंड आई रियली लाइक अबाउट इट कि बहुत छोटा सा कंट्री है टूरिस्ट वाइज़ बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं। आई थिंक इंडियन और चाइनीज़ हर जगह घूमने जाते हैं, तो अप्रैल ऑनवर्ड्स यहाँ पे भी बहुत इंडियंस दिखेंगे,
Mm-hmm.
बहुत चाइनीज़ भी आएँगे। बट अपने कल्चर, अपने वैल्यू, अपने लैंग्वेज को ये लोग बहुत वैल्यू करते हैं।
Yes,
हमेशा
absolutely.
अपनी लैंग्वेज में बात करते हैं। इनके सारे कोर्सेज़ इवन इफ यू मीट द डॉक्टर्स, इंजीनियर्स, पायलट्स,
Mm-hmm.
उनके सारे कोर्सेज़ इवन इफ दे आर डिग्रीज़, वो सब अपने लैंग्वेज में करते हैं।
Wow.
एंड ऑफ
नहीं वो
कोर्स इंग्लिश इज़ देयर सेकंड लैंग्वेज जैसे हमारी है।
करेक्ट करेक्ट नहीं मैंने भी देखा लाइक व्हेन आई वाज इन यूएस
हुँ,
my wife was doing masters from UT Dallas. So she used to, I mean, I used to go and meet my wife in
हुँ,
college and university. So वहाँ पे there were like a lot of Chinese students were there, and
हुँ।
you know that there are a lot of Chinese people they go to US for
या
masters. So they would speak to themselves
हाँ,
in
वो पूरा
Mandarin.
अपनी लैंग्वेज में
हाँ.
ही इनफैक्ट यहाँ पर चाइनीज़ लोग अगर घूमने भी आते हैं, ये पूरा बस भर के ही जाते हैं हर जगह चाइनीज़ अपने ग्रुप में।
Hmm.
They will never take any vehicle from any other country. They will always use their Suzuki and those vehicles on rent. उनका
Hmm.
इतना अपने कंट्री फोकस्ड है कि हम अपने ही प्रोडक्ट भी यूज़ करेंगे, जस्ट नॉट द लैंग्वेज एंड द कल्चर एंड व्हाट नॉट, देयर फूड,
Hmm.
बट
Hmm.
इवन they also always promote their own products.
Actually, ना वो actually commendable है like if you ask me.
आई मीन
Uh,
डेडिकेटेड है वो लोग फुल्ली।
हाँ.
अगर हम कहते हैं ना कि चाइना ने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मार्केट बनाया तो क्योंकि उनके लोगों ने दिल से और फाइनेंशियली, पर्सनली, इमोशनली उसमें बहुत इन्वेस्ट किया है।
Yeah. And they take pride in that. हमारा
हुँ,
पता नहीं ये कैसे mindset हुआ है like we feel sometimes we don't take pride in our own things.
जबकि मुझे
Uh,
लगता है हमारा कल्चर सबसे पुराना और सबसे ज़्यादा वैल्यूएबल है एंड वी आर सो
yes,
फ्लेक्सिबल
yes,
हैं, हम
yes,
किसी भी रिलीजन से आते हैं बट इंडियन कल्चर एज़ अ होल इज़ सो फ्लेक्सिबल फॉर ऑल द रिलीजन और हमें सब चीज़ों का बहुत ज्ञान भी है। हर एक
yeah.
टॉपिक पे इंडियंस बोल सकते हैं
हम्म,
बट या दे आर नॉट प्राउड इंडियंस।
हम्म, नहीं वो होना चाहिए आई थिंक वो शायद ये जेनजी या नेक्स्ट जनरेशन वो थोड़ा माइंडशिफ्ट लेके आएंगे
हुँ।
कि आवर कल्चर आवर वैल्यूज एंड
मैं तो करती हूँ, मैंने तो काफ़ी लोगों को या नमस्ते वगैरह सब दे से मी सिया, सिया इज़ हेलो हियर एंड देन आई से नमस्ते सो दे ऑलवेज सी मी एंड से नमस्ते।
nice nice yeah nice okay so we have everyone back thanks Eleni. Ashish is back, Ranjit, Umesh is back, and we are missing Manisha, right? She not there. Let me just see. Oh, Manisha is back. Hey, hi, Manisha. Hi, Ramdhani.
And hi.
Okay, so we're back. little 4 minutes ahead of time, but that's fine, no big deal. So I hope you guys had a good break. Now you're all again pumped up to have another 1 hour to kill. I know Saloni, it's a different story for you. Just bear with me for 1 more hour. Um, Abhinandan. Okay, I don't think I heard anything from Abhinandan today. Abhinandan, are you there? Or maybe I did. I missed. I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. All right. How is the session going so far, guys? Are you liking it? Not liking it? Should I keep up my pace or change my pace?
So far, it's good, understandable.
Okay. Thank you.
Just
Just
one
give me
thing,
thumbs up.
Sachi.
Yeah.
I had
Yeah.
this course of agile project management, which is very known here. But the basics
Mhm.
here are, I won't say it's completely different, but these are different than the APM certification, which is
Mm.
popular here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Agile project manager, maybe they put more focus on agile concepts and so Scrum framework.
So
That
the
is my.
basics, even the project management basics, should be the same, but these are different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Like I
I
said,
need
these
to
are terminologies
unlearn
given
and
by
then
PM.
learn these. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Some of these terminologies are kind of coined or given by PMI. So you may have heard them, you might have heard them, or you might have
Mhm.
not heard them, but some of them will coincide with your terminology that you might have learned in APM.
Mhm.
Have you done APM course, by the way, Saloni?
So exam is due.
Okay.
Organization is providing this course free of cost, so why not, right?
Oh, okay, okay. I need to kill laziness, nothing that I am at 8. Okay. Yeah, good to know, Mish. Thanks, thanks.
Saturday, nice.
Yeah, not eating rice is a good choice. Because eating two things, my personal thing. Okay, if I have rice or curd or yogurt, it makes me so sleepy.
Sleepy,
So I just
yes.
try to avoid them, during sessions or even during work hours. I don't do that. And I always try to have, something that will give me energy, like banana or something or some fruit.
And
Okay,
the
all right.
only way to kill laziness is keep talking like I'm doing. I'm keeping myself awake.
Yes. I know. It's very tough to, wake up at that time and then keep yourself updated. And plus you're being attentive, so that is very commendable. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, just to kill laziness, I'm being more attentive.
Okay, so all right, so let's get started, guys. I hope you are back and you are being attentive. I'll start sharing a few things I want to quickly share. Let me just log into PMP website. I want to share some things with you guys. Can you guys see my screen?
Excel sheet.
Yeah, okay, you see it. Okay, all right. So I go to PMI. Yeah. So if you go to PMI website, all right, you go to certifications and then you go to PMP, right? Then you go to this exam content outline. This we briefly talk about it. I just want to quickly give you the feeling of what PMP exam, how it is designed by PMI, and the content outline. It's kind of, let me just, how do I move this? Okay. Yeah. So if you go through this quickly, and I recommend that you guys, find some time today or tomorrow, go through this quickly. And not, you don't have to, these are 20 pages. You don't have to read through all these 20 pages. Not expected. But what is exam content outline? Is this what I already told you? There are three domains: people, process, business, environment. Okay. And the weightage, percentage of items on the test is like that. They have equal weightage. And then what is involved in the domains, in the task and in them. So they have some terminologies which are kind of explained at a very layman's language. But when you go down, you will see like what is covered under people domain, like task one, task two, task three. Now, what are these tasks? Like for example, people is like manage conflict, lead a team, support team performance. We are going to learn all these concepts, by the way, in the upcoming sessions. But this is to give you an idea what are we learning, okay? How this will help you in PMP exam. So this exam content outline is a document which is given by PMI for PMP exam, is your reference document to get ready for PMP exam. Okay, think it in this way, where if you always want to kind of come back to a reference point, like, am I really ready for the PMP exam? This is the document to go for. You come to this document. Say, for example, if you are doing any mock exam, okay, in that mock exam, you scored say 70%, right? And you want to check that, oh, and hopefully you have a mock exam which will tell you what are your shortcomings, what are the gaps that you want to bridge in your knowledge. So if you look at those gaps, how do you validate that these gaps are like what gaps I need to fill in? Like, for example, say the stakeholders, like, collaborate with stakeholders. The mock exam percentage will give you an idea how much you are prepared. If you scored say 60-70%, you still need to achieve at least 80-90% to be ready for the final exam. So that gap of 10-20%, it should give you, the mock exam should give you those areas where you want to focus more on. Once you find those areas to focus, you come back to this document and then you kind of drill down in those areas where you can learn more in detail. Okay. I don't know, maybe this will sound very confusing to you, but what I'm trying to say that this is your reference document for the PMP exam. If any, let me just scroll down a little bit. If any concept or any category of your PMP exam that you think that you have not studied or you're not aware of, you can come back to this document and verify that, validate that. Okay. Maybe say you did not study at all about managed communication. Okay. But there are questions around managed communication topic in PMP exam. So how do you validate that? Oh, I can come back to this document. I can look for managed communication and I can look for what tasks that they gave given. You can maybe go through PMBOK or go through our study material or go through online resources, and then try to understand it thoroughly, like that. So the bottom line is this document is your reference document for PMP exam. Okay, clear? Yes, no, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Go through it if you have time. If not, I think we will cover it in the last session on day 7. The idea here is to kind of make you aware on what is coming in the PMP exam. It also gives you an outline about the PMP application, payment, and how do you book an exam and whatnot. So we will cover that. And we already discussed about this. Like out of 180 questions, there will be 175 questions will be scored against, but there are 5 questions from 180 questions will be unscored, which will be they use it for pre-testing so that those questions can be used in the other batches. Okay.
What does that
All right.
mean? Batches and all.
You don't understand this?
Yeah. What does this mean? There's 5 questions unscored.
Yeah. So say PMP has 180 questions.
Okay.
Okay, this exam. So they have thousands of questions. They have a pool of questions. They, in the sense, like PMI. They have been doing this for years. Okay. Now that pool has hundreds and thousands of questions. Okay. When I, as a candidate, I go sit in the exam, I start my PMP exam. They pull these random 180 questions from that pool, and then they show me, and that is how my exam is done. Understood? There are like thousands of questions.
Yeah.
They pull 180 questions out of that, and then show me.
How about
All right.
5
Now,
questions?
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So those 180 questions will have only 5 questions, which are just to check how you respond to them, right? Like your responses will help PMI understand if these questions can be included in that pool or not. Understood? So these are kind of sample questions or dummy questions.
Do you have to like write the paragraph or something?
No. These are multiple choice questions. These are used by, you don't have to worry about this. You have to answer those questions anyway. This is just for your understanding. You will not be scored
So
on
you
them.
get the 5 marks anyway. That's the answer.
Yes, you have to score. I mean, you have to attempt all 180 questions regardless of these bifurcations.
Okay.
This is just for your knowledge. Okay.
Thank you.
And if you remember that the report that I showed you, it will not show you like a report card that you got from school, like, I got 70%, 80%. No, there are different areas, and then they grade you on those areas, like need improvement, below target, target, above target. So you will not even know how many questions you answered correctly or not.
Okay.
So these are just numbers. Don't worry about it. I think your focus should be just to know these concepts thoroughly, use good examples to remember those concepts, and then do a lot of practice of mock exams and attempt these questions, and then you'll be ready. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that is one thing. I think part 2 PMP exam, I think we kind of covered it, but I'll just kind of touch base with like what are the requirements we said, like you need 3 years of experience or 5 years of experience and degree and 35 hours project management training. Then how do you complete the application? We also talked about it. Pay and schedule the exam. This is about those 1 to 7 days where you can do that. Then study for the exam is for 45 to 60 days, and then take the exam. Okay.
So Shashi, so that means that like any other exam where we have the scoring based on our correct and wrong responses. So what I understand is PMI is looking at how we judge the scenario and how we choose the option, one of the options that we have in context to that scenario. So basically, they are trying to judge our psychology, the thinking pattern.
Yes.
There may be 2 to 3 ways to look at the problem, and how we choose. That is how they evaluate our skills, right?
Yes. So they'll put you in that category, like, oh, you need improvement in this area, or you need improvement in, say, scope management, or you are at target with, say, change management, those different domains. So the questions are framed like that. And believe me, you will find many questions where you will be confused to see those out of those 4 multiple choices, you will see that these 2 choices seem correct, but you can only pick one answer, one choice. So that's how they are kind of designed, and that is why, for some of these reasons, that is why they say that the PMP exam is very tough to crack. But like I said in the beginning, that with a lot of practice, with concept clarity, with mock exams, like do multiple mock exams, will help you to get through this in the first attempt. Okay. I'm just kind of making you aware that this is available online. So if you have any questions, you can still go to this site. You can go through these different and these are some sample questions, I think, that are available in PMP website. Yeah. So like that, I think I'll, in the due course, I have also created some of these questionnaires. So after every session, I'll ask you these 4 questions, and we can attempt to answer them to just to check, validate how much you have understood, kind of to get you in that zone of understanding the question and answering them. And then, how do you see those multiple choices are actually relevant to those the context of the question. Okay. All right. I think that's said. I'll just stop this. Let me go to website. Okay. Any question on this, guys? No.
Not for now.
All right. So we have 2 activities now left. We'll quickly go through these 8 performance domains. Okay. And I think some of it is already covered in those principles, but we will just reiterate. The performance domain is nothing but they used to have like knowledge areas in the previous edition of PMP. Or you know what? I'll just show you. Maybe some of you will probably relate to it. Gmail. Yeah. So can you guys see my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you see, I don't know how many of you know what PMP was already doing later and how it changed. So there are these knowledge areas that they used to have. Like when I was doing my PMP 6, 7 years back, this is how PMI kind of organized PMP exam around these knowledge areas. So we had like scope management, schedule management, cost management, quality management, resource management, communication management, risk management, procurement management, and stakeholder management. There are like 9 knowledge areas. What is knowledge areas? Like these are different aspects of project management. So we talked about risk, we talked about resources, we talked about quality, we talked about stakeholders. Everything has their own own set of guidelines and templates and understanding in the PMP concept. Okay, so this is like what used to be as part of PMP before, but now they have changed it into performance domain. So if you see the new set of performance domain given by PMI, they look like this. Okay, stakeholders, team, like that. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just quickly go through one by one, and after this is done, we will have a quick group activity of 10 minutes. We will also have an Airtel case study that we kind of went through in the last class session. For the new audience, I'll probably just quickly reiterate what the case study was. Then we'll have a breakout session for 10 minutes. What I would do, like we'll just have two groups. So first group will just identify these 4 domains, first 4 domains from a case study, and the second group will identify those another 4 domains from the case study. Okay, that is just to kind of see how much you have understood from the performance domain with respect to a real life case study. Okay, there is no right or wrong answer. You just do your best, whatever you have understood, and we will all get together and we'll try to discuss and then see if that if we can share our thoughts. Okay, all right. So quickly about stakeholders. So stakeholder performance domain is nothing but like a knowledge area. Now, what is the knowledge area? Is like we said, yeah, resource management, procurement management, schedule management. These are different aspects of project management, right? Like Saloni mentioned, or like what others mentioned, that the stakeholder, for example, and I think the stakeholder is our first performance domain anyway. We also discuss about internal and external stakeholders, being compliance or regulatory body or being project team members as part of the team were never understood as a stakeholder. So stakeholder performance domain, it emphasizes mainly on again those individuals, those group of individuals, those organizations which could affect or or which could get affected by your project. Okay, the goal is to kind of identify the stakeholders, engage the stakeholders, manage the stakeholders, and control the stakeholders. That is what you will learn in stakeholder performance domain. And there is also like power and interest grid. There is like positive relationship between all the stakeholders. There's satisfaction area. Then how do you understand the different perspectives of different stakeholders? So these are different guidelines that are given by PMP or PMI for stakeholder engagement, and we will learn that like I said, when you start a project, stakeholder identification, you will understand that how do you identify stakeholders will have its own set of techniques. So that is part of starting a project. So that is the first thing. The first performance domain is stakeholders, and I think we discussed in length in previous principles as well around stakeholders, like how to engage them. Okay, now let's go to, what I'll do is, let's go one by one. Okay. Team. Okay, so the team, I think, again, it's a team performance domain. It talks about finding the right team, managing the right team, how do you make any specific team a high performing team? That also includes your leadership management, your performance management, your different leadership styles like directive or supportive. And then how do you as a leader, you show transparency, you show respect, you show that shared learning and ownership with the team. That is all covered under that performance domain. um, and I think servant leadership, I think Umesh also mentioned that. So servant leadership will discuss in detail in the team performance domain. So these are just different domains, by the way. Okay, so don't get confused that how these domains will kind of look like when we study about the whole project management course. These with 12 project management principles are kind of the behavioral guidelines given by PMI for a project manager. So think it in that way. Performance domain, these are the different sections or the areas which are covered in project management that you have to study individually. So think it in that way. Okay, that is the distinction here. Okay, guys, if you have any question, please raise your hand. I'll be happy to explain it again. But these are two different things. Don't confuse performance domain with knowledge principles.
Sashi, I'm not confused between those two, but I'm getting confused a little between these two, which is in front
Mm-hmm.
of us, stakeholder and
Mm-hmm.
team. Since we
Mm-hmm.
talk about that, our team is also part of internal stakeholder. So shouldn't be this covered in just one domain? Like we
Yes,
just said stakeholder and that's complete. Why are we talking about team in a different, let's say, section altogether?
yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Thank you. So stakeholders as a whole is a bigger topic. Okay, stakeholders includes internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. Stakeholder management uh, is a bigger topic. Okay, you why do we have a separate domain just for team? Because managing a team needs more effort. You are very closely working with the team. That's why it has a separate domain. Now, why team has a separate domain? Because, like I said, I need to make them high performing team. So that means my leadership style, how am I engaging them? Me being a server leadership, what do I need to adapt? Or even me as a project manager, how am I dealing with these team level challenges? What Manisha was also explaining,
Yeah.
what you were also explaining. Sorry.
No, I said yes, yes.
Yes.
She,
Yeah. So maybe see stakeholder as a larger perspective, because stakeholder includes internal plus external stakeholders. And when I think Ramdhani also had a point, like I never saw that team as a stakeholder. Yes, the team is a stakeholder, but it's a very short part of it. In the stakeholder context, team plays a very short span, or they are part of stakeholder, but they are given a very lower value. But if you take it out, team, and have its own performance domain, that will help you focus more on how do you develop your team, how do you form your team, how do you manage those conflicts, how do you do learning and coaching and whatnot.
yeah, that I agree. Like,
Yes.
okay, for example, okay, my organization is also providing the certification for the internal team members and whatnot. Of course, that cannot be provided to our external team members, even though our third party supplier delivery team, which are from other organizations and whatnot. But
Mm-hmm.
okay, but they are so as a team. I would see then we are taking the stakeholders. They
Mm-hmm.
are just not the part of our organization. Now I would like to see it like this. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. They are not part of our organization. So you mean the external? When you say
Yes.
they're not part of our organization, they mean they're
Because this
external
is why we
stakeholders.
have these two different domains here. Team is
Correct.
always internal. Team is always, let's say, dedic- internal team, which is dedicated to one project.
Correct.
And stakeholders, they are dedicated to project, but they are not from within our organization.
Not necessarily. No, stakeholders include both internal and external stakeholders. So
So,
when you see, yeah,
Shashi, can I add my thought here?
yeah, yeah.
When we say stakeholder, which means they contribute to decision making, whether in small or big factor, whatever it is. But when we
Mm-hmm.
say team, they are the executioner, they are the doer, I mean, the people who, the skills that we need to execute that project.
Correct.
But the members of the same team can be a stakeholder who help in course correction, in terms of resetting the goals, or in terms of maybe meeting the external stakeholders' expectation. Can
Correct.
we say that like that?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I think you kind of covered what I was missing. What I was saying that the team is part of your stakeholder management, but the stakeholder topic is little larger. It's bigger than that. When you are saying managing or engaging stakeholders, that includes all external or internal stakeholders. You don't look at internal stakeholder management to that deeper level. But when you say team, like the doers or executors of your project, you need to put more focus on them. That is where your leadership, coaching, mentoring, or how do you do their learning, their conflicts, their performance management, all that is covered under team performance domain. Does that make sense? Because when you talk about external stakeholders, you're not managing their performance, right?
Yeah. No, what I was thinking is I mean, as I started, the team is part of our stakeholder management. But
Mm-hmm.
okay, from now on, if you're saying so, you are the expert, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. I'll say stakeholder is someone or individual or a group of individuals who can positively or negatively influence or impact your project. If your team follows that definition, then yes, your project team is a stakeholder. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Development approach and life cycle. Now, development approach is it's nothing but like what we kind of discussed a little bit about agile. Your like predictive or iterative model of delivery, or adaptive model of delivery, or hybrid. So you need to kind of look at the project requirement, look at how the project charter is developed, what kind of different resources you have, their skill set, your scope, your schedule, your cost, and then understand those different inputs. Look at your timeline and what is expected from you at the end of the project. Consider all these factors, and then you decide which development approach that you want to cater to. Okay, that project approach. Not necessarily I mean, not necessarily you have to choose it from scratch. Sometimes you have your historical projects to refer to. Sometimes you have some similar projects that you have done in the past. Sometimes you do combination of that. You a hybrid approach, and I have seen people using hybrid approach where they use both waterfall and agile together. Yeah. How many of you have done projects like this where there was a hybrid approach?
I mean, I won't say I've done, but customer changed the scope in between, so we changed the approach from our side.
Okay.
It was like this.
Okay. Yeah, but there are situations where people use both waterfall and agile together, and sometimes it has its own benefits and its drawbacks, but it depends on the situation of the project or the demand of the project. Okay,
Yeah.
so this performance domain mainly talks about how do you analyze your project requirement, and how do you find out which development approach is good to use. Okay, and then of course there is a project life cycle also. We'll study in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had some question?
And who decides that what kind of approach should PMs adopt? Is it the
You as a project
organization
manager.
or
You
PM
as a
as
project manager, yes. And
so?
of course in consultation with your team, with your senior management, with your coaches. I'm assuming that you have all this. If you don't have all this, it's just your responsibility to pick a right project approach.
Okay.
And this knowledge, what you were studying in the due course of PMP training,
Mm-hmm.
it will give you those templates, those inputs. How do you pick the right approach? So there are certain factors that you have to identify uh, when the project requirement is given. Of course, you probably need some learning and some coaching, or maybe you talk to your experts within the organization.
Mm-hmm.
And in this, my personal experience is like, if you're working for an organization, if it's new, you don't have that liberty, that luxury to code through historical documents. But if you're working for an organization which is like very old, like for any automotive industry, say Tata Motors or BMW or any manufacturing companies, if they are there for a long time, they will definitely have these historical documents. You can always refer to them, and then see which your project fits into which area, what worked for them, can it work for me? So obviously it's a conscious call. Like, you can just, simply put your finger on this, like, oh, no, this project belongs to agile approach, or this project belongs to a waterfall approach. It's not like that. It it kind of depends on your knowledge, your studies, your skills, your interactions with the other experts. That kind of fuels into your decision making. Okay.
So, so is there any impact of internal stakeholder and team members on deciding the approach and life cycle?
Yes and no. The impact is like, if you make a mistake, so think it this way. You are a project manager. You are working on a very high stake project, say $100 million project, but you make a wrong decision of taking say it was supposed to be a waterfall, but you said it's agile. And I have seen this happening, by the way. Okay. And the project failed miserably. So whose responsibility is that? Is it the project team's responsibility? Is it senior manager's responsibility, senior management responsibility, or project manager's responsibility? What do you think?
It depends. If we have collectively decided the approach, then we collectively share the outcomes also. But
Mhm.
as a project manager, if I single as a owner of the project, I say that okay, we'll take this approach. Definitely, my stake in the outcomes are higher than the rest of the team members.
Correct. 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 So that's what I'm saying. You obviously see, you are a designated project manager, so you have some authority. You are supposed to make some decision making, in the due course. But no one is stopping you to go talk to experts. No one is stopping you to go talk to your senior management. If you think that, hey, I made this decision to use this delivery approach, or this development approach of agile, but I'm not sure, in the due course I may have to change it. I may have to go back to waterfall, or I may switch into hybrid. So you need to give some reasoning behind that. And that is adapting and tailoring, what we kind of discussed previously. That is what so project management job is not said and done. I mean, you will think like, हाँ चलो अभी मेरा हो गया. I'm project manager. I'm managing a project. Now everything is going very green. So now I'm relaxed. No, you have to be on your toes day in and out until your project is done. People think it in a different way. Believe me, I also had these comments coming across. This is the project manager. He doesn't have anything to do. He just comes in and goes in. No, you have a lot on your plate. There's a lot of responsibilities on your shoulder. You are making decisions. Sometimes the decisions go wrong. You have to pay for those decisions. That is what I'm saying, that you have to be alert. That again, the risk, think it in this way. When you know what risks are, that will kind of help you. And this is systems thinking, by the way. Everything is connected. Your risk, your development approach, your stakeholders. So all these dots, they have to be connected in your mind. And you should be always kind of monitoring them. This is what we'll learn in monitoring and control. Like, how do you kind of monitor all these different aspects? I hope that makes sense what I'm saying.
Yeah, it
Right.
is. It is.
Yeah. So don't take it as a very silos, like these are silos. I just study about stakeholders, then I move on to team, then I move on to development approach. No, they are different domains, yes, but they're all interrelated. So project management is a tougher job to do, believe me. For smaller projects, maybe it's not that difficult, because say if you have a team of 5 people, you are working on $50,000 project. Okay, $50,000 is still a manageable thing. But what if you're working on $1 billion project? What if you're working on $100 billion project? The stakes are higher there. What if you're working with global team of 500 people? You know, so, and then yes, you are the decision maker, but you are working with different other team members. So they also have a shared responsibility. So how do you communicate that to other stakeholders, to your senior management? Is your again the communication part of it, that domain, right? Okay, I hope is this okay, guys? Should I move on? Any other questions?
No, it's fine.
Fine. Okay. Okay, planning. Yeah, planning plays a very what do you say? It's a very interesting topic in project management. Now, I hope you all know what planning is. So before you start a project, you need to plan, which is kind of like you might have heard about Project Charter. So that's part of our initiating, by the way. So before you start the project, you have all these different uh, sections written down, like what is my scope, what is my team, what are the resources, what are different tools, what is my cost, what is the budget, what is my timeline, what are the deliverables, how will I get sign off, like what is my QA. These are different areas. Okay, if I tell you, like, hey, maybe, Saloni, this is the project that I'm giving you. You are my project manager. Say it's we'll take IT industry only. You need to build a software. Okay, the software we are going to there's a client, say some ex client. He's a telecom giant, and you want to build this software. Now, now you show me how do you do planning. So what would be your answer? Maybe Saloni, that's a maybe direct question to you. What do you think that you will do in planning? Hello, am I audible?
She's on
Yes,
mute.
you are, Shashi.
Okay, do we have Saloni or maybe? Okay,
Oh yes,
Saloni.
I'm here. I just took 2 minutes.
Okay, okay, no worries. Um, so maybe we'll go to Ramdani. Do you want to take a shot at this?
Uh, sure, Shashank. Can you repeat your question?
Say I am the sponsor, okay, and I am working on a project requirement where I need to build a software, an IT software for a telecom giant, and it is around $1 million budget. Okay, now I come to you. You are a project manager, and you need to do planning. So what
Okay.
things will come to your mind about this project when we think of planning?
Okay. So basically, how I do it. So first up, I do is scoping. So first we figure out the scope of the project, and then we run the discovery phases of the project, like what are different KPIs and modules we need to work on. And then we go for resource planning and all, and budgeting and everything. And in between that, we do estimations and everything, so like how much it will take and what are different skills we required, and what are different like kind of like for example, if we don't have the skill and all, what kind of different program we need to run to upskill those sources. And then we go for education, and then we go for other steps like the project management. For example, education, monitoring, and all the others. First
Mm,
of all, the initial, like first of all, we do scoping, discovery, and then we decide which approach we need to follow. Whether we need to go for agile methodology or for others. Then we go for like what are the different things we need to follow. Like for example, Kanban board, Scrum boards, what are different things. And likewise, we move ahead. Like, for example, costing, budgeting, and everything we do.
okay, yeah, that's good. I think you covered most of it.
Can I
Yeah,
also add something to it? Sorry, I was on a break when you asked this question, and luckily I heard it again.
sure.
So because you're talking about the telecom industry
Hmm. Hmm.
specifically, and I am working with British Telecom for a lengthy period of time. So yeah, first thing first, of course, just like he said, that we go for a resource mobilization within our team, budget allocation, and then of course we have this SOW, scope of work discussion with the customer. Okay, whatever signed, it's signed, but now let's sit and discuss with the what we call it, that local contact, because order is always signed at the upper level with big stakeholders, the financer and whatnot stages, but when it comes to the delivery, we always have a delivery manager from the customer side as well. So we sit together and we clear the scope of work, and then there's this project initiation document which we sign. Okay, now
Hmm.
this is agreed, and then of course this document have all these details, risk mitigations and assumptions. Is the list of stakeholders from our side, from our supplier side, or the customer side, and of course what is agreed timeline, and if there's any customer delay, they would tell us in advance. And if there's any scenario which we think we might be delayed, let's say in hardware delivery and whatnot, so we take some extra period in time with, of course, in conversation with the customer, and then we finally roll the project.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Thanks, Saloni. And thanks, Ramdini. I think you guys have kind of covered most of it. So you covered. So I think I don't need to explain what planning is. Whatever you said is absolutely correct. That you do all this study, whatever is required, like your resources, your scope, your budget, your timeline, the deliverables, all that is covered. Just one question to both of you, Saloni and Ramdani. Can we say that planning is a one-time event?
I think project plan needs to be reviewed on a, let's
I
say,
think
monthly
it to
basis.
be, yeah, it's not one-time activity.
Okay, perfect.
On
Correct.
certain frequency, we have to revise and we have to attend.
So we say it's a floating plan always.
Shishikant, I
Correct.
think
Yeah,
you are on mute.
no.
I cannot hear you.
Shishikant, you're not audible to me.
Even to me as well.
Go
Yeah.
back in there. Am I? Me now?
Say something and then we decide. Say something and then we will say if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes.
No, it's we
Yes,
can.
I
you're much
just
better.
said something. Yeah, I just said something. Is it better? I don't know. I think it could be my Wi-Fi connection.
Now
Can
it's
you hear me
pretty much
now?
better. Yes.
It's better. Okay. Yeah, I think there was a network hiccup. I don't know. But I think you can see me fine. You can hear me fine. Is it better? Should we continue?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was sharing my screen. Okay. Before I share screen, I need some inputs from. I'm not sure Umesh or Abhinandan or Ashish. Have you guys given your inputs? What do you think about planning? Yeah, Ashish.
Sorry. So from a planning perspective, Shashi, I think keeping these, it starts with project presentation and then drilling down on the idea of it's basically ROI is what I believe. Nobody's gonna buy in your planning or a project till the time they don't see a ROI. So that's one of the key aspects. While other things are just part of the process, I think most of the organizations they focus on ROI to prioritize anything.
Correct. Correct. But I think the idea here is how do you do planning? What steps will you do to plan?
Create a charter. I think I would say
Mm-hmm.
then how to begin with, who will be your key stakeholders with the timelines. That what will
Okay.
the project start date, project end date.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have you
and
done planning
also focus.
in your projects?
Mine is a different planning. Mine is more of a headcount planning.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah,
But that will also include some of the other aspects like
right,
budgeting, then timeline, then what
correct.
different resources that you want, who will be your resources who will be working on these projects, So it doesn't matter what type of project it is, believe me, all the different aspects that we're learning will be applied. It's PMP or PMI guidelines or concepts are not any industry specific. Okay, so think it in this way.
Got
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So yeah.
Yes, Umesh.
So yeah. According to me, what is planning is like what we need to do, uh, who will do it, and how we can make it success. So these are the things that we need to include in plan,
Oh, yeah,
and
you put it in
also
a
a
very
time factor. When should we start? When should we finish? Yeah.
correct. You put it in a very simple terms, Umesh. Thank you.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
use a very PMI specific terms like cost, budget, and
Yeah.
timeline and roadmap.
Yeah.
But I think yours is the very simplest version that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But it says the same thing that we said. So yeah, thanks. Abhinandan, you want to give it a shot? Yes, no, maybe. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we can.
All right, moving on. Ranjit, are you still aligned with what we are discussing?
Yes.
Have you done this in your current project as a PMO?
I can say that I have noticed I didn't get these kind of activities, but
Mm-hmm.
my previous project, it was European project, which was around 1,000 people are part of that project.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very huge scope. So part of scoping, the scope was divided into 4 phases. So for me, if scope is huge and we cannot deliver at a time, that scope will get splitted and each scope will get delivered as per the timeline which is aligned. And part of scope, we will also align on the resources, how many resources we required. And as mentioned earlier, we will also revisit the timelines and also if there are any risks which needs to be highlighted and also
Mm-hmm.
tracking.
Okay. Yeah, I think you covered like what we discussed. Anyone else left? I think Umesh Kumar Verma and Manisha. You guys want to share your thoughts?
Uh, Hi Shashikant. So my like same. I'm a technical PMO, so I
Mm-hmm.
haven't done these kind of roles and responsibilities.
But you might have done planning, right? I mean, before you start working on a project, you do some.
Planning, yeah, we have done, but not. I mean, we have PMs, so they are doing planning.
Okay.
We have not done. Yeah, that's
Okay.
why I'm doing this. Yeah.
Okay. But then have you had a chance to look at their plan that they have
Yes,
created?
yes. So yes, of course. This is the organization where I work. It's a complete agile organization. So we have sprints, we have sprint plannings, and then we
Mm-hmm.
do review and retro, and then
Mm-hmm.
we check what are the deliverables and non like what are the risk and hiccups, and then we also uh, do change request, and then yeah, we do that.
Okay. Okay, good. You also have product roadmap since you
Yes,
talked
we
about it.
have product. Yes, we have.
Yeah.
We have.
So that's a big part of planning, by the way. Um, okay. So moving on, Umesh, do you want to share something? Umesh Kumar.
Yeah, so I have been involved in multiple projects in planning phase from the very first day, wherein I connect with most of the stakeholders from the other part, like the product owner and maybe the stakeholders, those who are in the requirement gathering phase. So if I include certain steps, like first of all, we do usually define the scope and objectives, right, and then break those into small tasks, and then set the milestones and the timelines. Finally, when once that is done, we allocate those resources, right, do the budget estimation, and then finally do the risk identification, right.
Okay.
There are phases where we prepare those test cases also while doing the same activity in parallel, so that we identify those risks, and then finally do the planning, communication, and governance setups. So we do see that when can we do those governance calls. It can be weekly, monthly,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe fortnightly, right. And finally defining the quality and the success criteria. So that is what is important, the last phase which we do it. So if I say in simple terms, uh, it is what we are delivering and by when, with whom and what cost, or what could go wrong and who will handle it, right. So
Mm-hmm.
that is where we have where I've been doing planning for most of my projects.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. Thanks so much for sharing that. I think it's kind of what we all have covered so far. Okay. So thanks, guys. Thanks for sharing this. Just a quick question before I move on to the next topic. Has anyone of you heard about rolling wave planning? Anyone?
No.
No?
What
I'm
does
putting in
that
the
mean if you would like to explain a bit?
yeah. I put in the chat box. So rolling wave planning, not even Purushottam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening. So no, not exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So rolling wave planning is a term It's commonly used where um there is uncertainty in the project. I mean, the requirements are not very clear and they just keep on changing. So what you do in rolling wave planning is that you plan for the immediate next 2 weeks, like an iteration, and at a very high level detail, at a very high level detail, high detail level, and then you kind of keep on rechecking, changing, and then you kind of go back after your first 2 weeks. You how that is done, how these are delivered or executed, use that understanding and knowledge, and then plan for the next 2 weeks, and then you kind of repeat this cycle as you go on. This is called rolling wave planning. Make sense?
But then they
No?
doesn't come up with a certain timeline that we have to finish some
Yeah, that's
project.
what I said. It's specifically used for very unambiguous requirements, like where the requirements are not very clear. And you have a high level roadmap, like say you want to build a product for 6 months, or in 6 months, or in 1 year, but you don't know what needs to be built. The requirement is not clear. The product of
Yeah.
one, the end user will come and they say that I want this application or this app to be done, and I just want a dashboard feature in it. But what is that dashboard feature? What kind of users you're looking at? What needs to, like, how does your login screen will look like? How many users are we targeting? Which areas are we targeting? There are so many unknown questions that you have, but it's still a important client. We don't want to lose that client. We want to hold back, have this contract. We need have this revenue. You still want to get started. So
This
in those
sounds like
scenarios,
some software development stuff.
So that means we take the liberty of flexibility in our approach, and maybe when we say when we work in this fashion, maybe we are trying to reduce the risk, so that and maybe aiming for high accuracy, so that there are
yes,
no surprise hiccups later on.
yes, yes. So we talked about that earlier, that the planning is not a one-time event. It needs to be rechecked and revalidated every now and then, um, which is kind of like rollaway planning falls into that same area where you just
So
plan for
is
next
it
week.
aligns to sorry, is it aligns to agile you're saying, or safe?
It's
This
kind of
this
aligned.
plan kind of
It's
plan.
yeah, kind of aligned. Even for agile, I think you guys probably have, like Saloni, Manisha, they also mentioned for agile. How do you do agile planning? You have a product roadmap, right?
Mhm.
For that roadmap, say you plan to do a release in next 3 months. But for that first release, you need to first make a list down of the features. Like say you're building a software product. What features you want to deliver in the first release? That needs to be listed down. Then you build your user stories around those features. There could be 100 user stories. Now, for those 100 user stories, you need to kind of make a sprint planning. Like, your sprint could be 2 weeks or 3 weeks. You have 3 months in hand. You do that math. Then, for those 3 months, that's like 3 into 4, it's like 12 weeks. If I have 3 weeks sprint, that is like 4 sprints. In those 4 sprints, I have to deliver this first release. Correct? So, if it's not very clear, say you're not very clear what needs to be delivered in the first release, then you can go with this rule review planning. But then you need to have that understanding, that flexibility throughout your team, because it's not your project, your agile team. You are working with the product owner. The product owner is working with an end user, their customers, plus their senior management, because it's a bigger thing. So everyone has to be on board that because of this uncertainty, we are going ahead with this approach. And as a project manager, it's your responsibility to communicate this, have this visibility, this transparency, given up to, like, from bottom to top. Like everyone from your lower level team members to your senior management, they should be aware of this plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Okay, I think we have only 10 minutes left, but I really want to do this activity. What we will do, I'll just quickly go through the remaining these things. Performance domain. Let me share my screen.
Shikant, can you just from your side, like what is the best way to plan the project? If you have any standard practices, you can just guide us. This because I
Uh,
believe planning
yeah.
depends on the projects and methodologies what we need to follow.
Yes. Based on my experience or my knowledge from all the certification that I have done, there is no
Mhm.
set and then there is no like one template. You need to first
Mhm.
understand the type of a project. What is the project asking for? Okay. Now, I have worked on projects from multiple different things like a pure development because I come from IT background. I was a programmer. I worked on pure development projects and they ran for like 6 months or 1 year or 2 years. That's like just pure development. What I mean by
Mhm.
development, like just programming. You're just building screens, you're testing, you're deploying, you're making releases.
Right.
I have
Yeah.
also worked
Mhm.
on projects where they were completely migration projects. Migration in the sense that
Mhm.
I had this old technology, say ASP Classic, and I want to move that into ASP.NET or newer framework.
Right. Mhm.
Even for Java also. So they had older versions you want to move it. That's the migration projects. I have also worked
Mhm.
on where there is a hybrid approach where it's a mix of different other technologies. So I had one component which was using Power BI, one component which was using Azure, other component which was using React, other component which was using AS400. So how do you work on
Mhm.
that? These are different components from different departments. So again,
Mhm.
like I said, there is no one set template that you can use for these different projects. You need to understand, first of all, what is the ask, what is the context, what is at stake. Use your knowledge, your experience, use these different templates, and see what fits into your project requirement, right? So
Mhm.
again, it comes with experience. You can always talk to your experts. I believe that if you're working for a good organization, you will have these learnings, this knowledge within an organization. I remember when I was with Capgemini, they had a separate department for learning and development.
So Capgemini has actually for each methodology they had defined predefined templates. I have worked
Yes.
with Capgemini more than 9 years.
Okay. Okay.
So they have
Very
for
good.
each methodology defined different template predefined. But
Correct.
when you work with different companies, they don't have predefined templates. You have to define your own templates and you have to define your own like
Exactly.
catalogs, everything.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
that's what I asked, like what is there any specific standard or practices which need to be followed?
Yeah. So like I said, I don't follow one set template. I look at the project requirement and then I use what is best for that project. Okay. That the right
Okay.
answer. What I was saying that working with Capgemini or I used to work with Patni Computers back in the day. So
Mhm.
they had a brilliant historical documents, different templates already built. You don't have to worry
Mhm.
about it. Like if they give you one project, you just look at the type of the project. Oh, and then there is a template. You just match the template, and then you get started. So the
Okay.
what do you say? The turnaround time was very short in that sense.
Yeah.
But I have also worked with Michelin as a manufacturing company.
Mhm.
It's a
In
very
Patni,
old company.
in which year you were working Patni? Because I also was working with Patni computers
Uh,
at
Back in
MVP location.
2008, 2008
Same time, I
to
was also working with the 2008 in Patni computers.
really. Okay, I was in
Mm.
Mumbai by the way.
I was in Mumbai, MVP location
MVP. Okay,
with
I was in
Motorola
also
clients.
I was also in MVP. What was your client?
Motorola.
Motorola. Okay, I was working for a
And then
health
I worked for
insurance company.
Universal American with the
Acha.
MVP only.
Okay.
Second
Oh,
floor.
there you go. It's a very small world. I think it's nice to meet you. Then we all come from the same PMP. But I went to US after 2 days, after 2 years.
In which project you were there in MVP in Motorola? In the Patni computers?
I don't remember the client. It was a health insurance client for.
Okay, maybe PNB. PNB was there.
No, it was different. US Health, some other client,
So
like United
USL
Health.
was only one project. I was working the same project, USL, yeah. Universal American.
No. Universal American was a different department. I was working for another different project, not for Universal American. I know Universal
So there
American.
was another client called Blue Class Blue Shield, and we had very short project for Blue Shield for in particular place. The
Oh,
main
okay.
issues I only had resolved in particular because they were not able to load data from various sources, and
Okay.
they were struggling to like load the insurance data, right? So with the involvement
Hmm.
systems were there are a lot of issues will happen. So I was the only person who was supposed to solve those issues.
Interesting. Interesting. Oh, nice. Then nice to know these things. Okay, it's
Mostly we work with the
brought back
same
all those
companies.
old memories. Yes. Yeah. But I went to US and then I was there in US for 8 years. Then I came back. I was in
Yeah,
Capgemini then. Patni was acquired by iGate then by Capgemini. Anyway.
right.
So yeah, I think it was
Good,
amazing
good.
working with Capgemini. But yeah, what I was saying that the difference between having these historical documents, this organizational assets that we call or learnings will help you to kind of get quick start in your project planning. But if you don't have that, when what I was saying when I was working with Michelin, it's a very like a gold standard in tire manufacturing company. They are like 150 years old company. They also don't have these kind of templates. They're like, use whatever you want. You go to online sources, and that is where I kind of learned that it's not like one shoe fits all, one size fits all. So you have to understand the requirement of the project, like I said, what is at the stake, and then adapt. That is kind of tailoring approach that we discussed earlier. Okay.
Shashi, do you think project managers should be very good at MS projects?
If you know MS projects, it's great. It's an added benefit.
I know it, but I'm not very good at it. Of course, I'm still learning.
No, it
but-
takes time. It takes time. Believe me, it's a complex tool. It's not that just work on MS project for 1 week and then you become expert. It takes time. If you, I mean, Jira is very popular these days. If you work on Jira,
Yeah,
it will definitely, yeah.
yeah.
But MS project, why it is complex? Because like different aspects of project management we talked about, like Gantt chart. Even for Gantt chart, you need to kind of build your resources. You need to have your timeline, their
Yeah.
availability, their budgeting. Everything is kind of built in one tool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so if you understand these different components separately, like if you understand costing separately, if you understand resources separately, if you understand schedule like timeline separately, and then you can start punching in this number in MS project, then everything just falls into place. But understanding that separately itself is a bigger task. And then second task is to how do you see that in MS project domain?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is a separate task. That's why I'm saying it's an acquired skill. It takes time. I wouldn't expect you to be MS project expert in 1 or 2 weeks. No,
Does
that's not a fair.
PMI, maybe
PMI
I don't
doesn't
know.
actually.
Yeah,
There
would
is.
like to maybe I don't know offer these kind of trainings to PMs, MS projects, and
No, I think there could be separate training. Maybe there are some online resources, and I think we can have its separate discussion on MS project. But I don't think PMI has done anything specific to MS project. It's a Microsoft product.
yeah. I mean, these
Um,
are all the tools which are getting really popular in last 3-4 years. Jira, this, and there are
yes,
other tools, Snow and all,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
It's expensive, so a few organizations use it. Though these are, I mean, if you see any vacancy, they usually
Hmm.
mention these things.
Yes, yes. What I would suggest, like if you're in a current organization, if they are using MS project, get your hands onto it, and like get your hands dirty and start playing around with it. Use it daily so that you will be expert into it. It takes time, at least minimum 3 to 6 months to kind of get the hold of a MS project. I also played with it for a very long time since I became confident. But many organizations I have seen that they still use Excel to create their plan. They use like smart sheets. Sorry, hello.
Yeah. Somebody said something for sure.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, but I have people around me who are talking. So
Hmm.
okay, my question is like a lot of AI tools available these days.
Hmm.
I myself experiment with some of the AI tools for various things on day-to-day basis.
Yes.
So curious to know if AI, how AI is helping in project management, or do we have any best tools so far which can do a similar kind of complex project management activity?
Yeah, there are plenty of other project management tools available around AI. But see, there's there's um, there's advantage and disadvantage using AI tools. Okay, the advantage is like they're very efficient. They'll give you quick results. But the disadvantage is like sometimes they hallucinate a lot. So I don't know if you know about hallucination. I don't want to kind of digress from this topic. AI becomes a very interesting topic for me. I think maybe we'll discuss it separately. But the AI tools around project management topic, I think we can have this separately. Yeah. Thank you, Umesh. I think he's just stopping off. We are a little short of this time. Let me just quickly wrap up the other four performance domain. Maybe we'll do this activity tomorrow morning for the group activity that I'm planning to do. Okay. Yes. But I think Puru, coming back to what you're saying, there are AI tools available for project management. Maybe we'll discuss that tomorrow. I'll make a list and I'll share with you. Um, but I think going back to what Saloni was saying for MS Project, these are tools which are there for years, for a lot longer period of time. So people are kind of aware of these tools. These are known names like MS Project and Jira and Smartsheet and whatnot. But for the AI tools which are available in the market, most of them are paid. They are not free, of course. So people generally kind of hesitate to use them. And if it's an enterprise version, a PM tool, project management tool, it's not freely available for you to kind of play around with. So you have to be in the organization which will give you exposure to that tool. So it becomes a liability in that sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So quickly, I think since in the interest of time, I want to hold up you guys. Let me just share my screen. Interesting discussion. Okay. The next domain is project work. So project work is nothing but like the learning, like what do you do for project, or like whatever you have done in the project, or learning that you have gathered, and how do you transfer that knowledge to, or how do you do your lessons learned from that project, or documentations, or have you kind of changed the process or created a process while working on the project? That comes under our project work performance domain. Okay, these are like physical resources that they say. Okay, let's go to the delivery. Now, delivery is actually the project delivery part of it, like the deliverables of a project. So it involves your project scope, your the quality of your deliverables. It also kind of it's nothing but like if you're meeting the stakeholder requirements or not, or the project requirements or not. That is all around delivery performance domain. Or sometimes we talk about MVP. You guys know what is MVP? Maybe the people who are working on Agile will know what is MVP.
If you would like to tell us the full form, maybe.
Minimum viable product.
No, I am not aware of.
Okay. Manisha, maybe you know?
Yes, I know that.
MVP. Okay. Do you want to kind of give your 2 cents about what is MVP?
Uh, I don't know.
Okay. So minimum viable product is like, in Agile they call it like an iteration, a deliverable, you know. So
Yeah, right.
you build your sprint like in such a way where whatever your outcome of that sprint is deliverable.
Yeah,
Like,
we use
right?
different actually word for this.
What is
Um,
it?
uh, I don't know why today I'm not remembering it. But anyways, yeah, we use different word for this for sure. But yes,
Okay, so
I
no
know
problem.
this term. And the second thing is we use Confluence and
Mm-hmm.
these days,
Jira.
yeah, Jira. No, we don't use that because Confluence is pretty easy tool nowadays
Okay.
to share documents and to do everything in one tool. So Jira have limitations.
Mm-hmm.
Confluence is giving a lot of things only with one tool you can do everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Confluence is a very popular tool, and I think people are very very well versed with Jira.
Yes.
So
We used to work on Jira, but Jira have so many limitations. You can't share documents, then meeting notes are not there, you can't track. You only tickets you can raise, but
mm-hmm.
other things you can't do. So that's why we have switched initially we used to use Miro, then Jira, and then now Confluence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. So minimum viable product MVP, just to kind of close the topic, is like you have a deliverable which is usable by end user. That is called minimum viable product. If I want to build a website, okay, we're building a website with a lot of features, like say a banking website, say, HDFC Bank or ICICI Bank. That bank has a lot of features. If I want to build that from scratch, how much time do you think will I take? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year? It'll take a longer period of time to build that kind of a rich website, right? But if I'm using agile approach, if I want to deliver something quickly, which the end user can use, I'll just focus on say homepage or login page, and I give it to end user to test it. Okay. Now, just building a login page or a home page is nothing but a minimum viable product in that sense. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yes.
but
No.
then do you think then scope or the final delivery could be changed as per their maybe end user may come up with some good reviews or bad reviews and
Yeah,
then
yeah, definitely. That's the whole idea.
okay.
Because see it this way that I am working on a banking website for 1 year. I'm just working on building that website. My end user has not even seen it for 1 year, right? And again, I'm going now in an agile way. Why agile is better in this case? For 1 year, I'm just building it. I'm building it, building it, testing it, and deploying it. But after 1 year, I give it to my end user. End user will use it, and then he'll give me hundreds of defects. Or he'll
Yeah,
say that, no, this is not what I asked for. You built something else. Now you need to change it. Now, all these efforts that I put in for 1 year have they don't make any sense. I have to again spend another 2 months to fix or to look at his feedback and then change it. So in order to change that, Agile came in, right? Agile said like, no, you don't have to wait for 1 year to give it to your end user. You do incremental, iterative. That
yeah,
is where I said like, I'm just building on login page. I'll deploy it to give it to end user after 2 months. I'll get his feedback. I'll work on it. By the time he gives me feedback, I'll work on the next feature, say dashboard, maybe the next feature, say saving account or whatever. So you start building on top of it, and plus you start getting feedback from your end user, and then you start adapting your application towards the feedback. That's the agile way of thinking.
yeah.
You know, that is nothing but minimum viable product is where you give your a deliverable which is minimum viable, which is usable. Okay.
Understood.
All right. Now going on to the measurement, this performance domain is nothing but about our EVM, earn value management. So we talk about KPIs. How do you see that the project is doing good or not? Like you look at cost performance index, real performance index, you look at earn value, plan value. So all of those different things. And this is mainly very formula driven area. So, we'll spend a lot of time on this. It's an interesting and it is like, typically you'll go back to your school days about like formulas and maths. These are very simple formulas. You just have to understand what is earn value, what is plan value, what is CPI, SPI, kind of if you're not very good with formulas understanding, you just have to mug it up, like memorize, but practice will help here. But there are 10% of questions which will be asked around this area. Okay. Sorry. Uncertainty performance domain, it's mainly around risk. Okay. Risk, like I said, is a bigger topic in PMP. It's very interesting topic, and I think we get a lot of interaction from candidates because the risk is very what do you say? It's if you don't do it right, it will kind of make your project fail. So how do you identify risk? How do you manage risk? How do you control risk? What are your contingency plans, your mitigation plans? That's all we will learn during uncertainty. Okay. Okay. Now quickly, let's do this exercise and then I think we can stop the session. 208. Guys, is it okay if we can do this quick quiz? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So just type your answers in the chat box. Huh? Like, question one, your answer, question two, your answer. The first question is like, how many questions are in the PMP exam? Question two is PMBOK 7 edition introduced how many performance domains? Please
so we
don't
have
use
to keep
Google.
writing the answer, sorry.
I'm sorry.
We have to
Yeah,
keep writing the answer. A B
yeah.
C
Just
D.
give your option. Like, question one, your answer is say C. Question two, your answer is A. Question three, your answer is C or something like that, or B. Question four, what is your answer? They're very simple questions, by the way.
Which Codomain carries the highest.
Shashi,
Yeah.
is just only 4 questions?
Yeah, just 4 questions for now.
Then I'm done.
Are you done?
Yes, it's done.
Even I
Is
have
it
completed.
everyone done?
Yep.
Okay. So what is the first question answer?
It's option B.
180
Okay.
questions,
Okay, that is correct.
270 minutes, right?
Yes. 230 minutes.
230. Okay.
Yes. So question 2.
8 performance domains.
Yeah.
Correct.
C is correct.
Question 3.
I think it's B, process.
All equal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. 45 hours. Question 4 is 45 hours.
No, that is
It's
incorrect.
35, right?
Yes, it is C.
35 hours.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
We discussed this in the morning, I think.
Okay.
Okay. We're good. It's good, I think. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Let me just stop sharing. Please make sure that we all attend at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, all these sessions will be from 9 to 2 p.m. so that we don't miss. I think you guys were very patient today. Thank you, because we kind of stretched a bit after 2 p.m. I still had to kind of skim through some of the content. I had planned a group activity, but I think we'll do it tomorrow. No problem. But please join tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Okay. I know Saloni, it will be very tough for you, but please be there.
I am mentally prepared. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, and just give me your whatever your feedback is on the WhatsApp or on this channel. If you want me to change anything from my style, like I will also be happy to learn about that. Okay.
So it will be 9 to 2,
Yes,
right?
9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And we have
And
this
I'll
for 7 week, right?
for yes, 7 days.
7 days. Okay.
Yeah, that's like 3 weeks from now.
3 weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. It was very interesting. Thank you for
Thank
discussing with
you.
you. We'll see you again tomorrow morning. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Bye bye.